Caesar, go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, August 14th, 2023. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. This morning, we're joined by ASL interpreters Stephanie Michelle and Dario Garcia. Commissioner Holguin, would you like to introduce this morning's pledge group?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So we are very blessed to have with us three young women from the Mission Early College, and they are actually members of the Student Council. So we have with us Vaeda Smith, Monica Vasquez, and Andrea Moreno. Thank you all for being here with us today.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you for being with us, and we wish in your school year going forward and to be successful. Thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good day.
You too.
Next, we'll receive an invocation from Pastor Artie Maxwell from Mount Zion Baptist Church.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning to each of you. Good morning, Commissioner Leon. Also, I see you
Good
as
morning.
well. As we come this morning, I'm grateful to God for another opportunity to be able to render this invocation. And in this time, I'm also wanting to express that I'm now celebrating 6 years as pastor of the church this month. So it is definitely has been an opportunity to come and to be a part of this occasion. So let us pray. God, we come to you and we invoke your presence into these proceedings. Heavenly Father, we come today asking your guidance. We're asking for your wisdom. We're asking for your support as this meeting begins. Help us to engage in the meaningful discussions that will come forth. Allow us to grow closer as a group and to nurture the bond of community. We continue to pray for those far and near. We especially lift up today those in Maui today as they are dealing with the devastation of the wildfires. We pray today for Commissioner Leon. Give him health and give him strength as he continues to recuperate. And we pray for each of these who are gathered today. May they find comfort, and most of all, may they find peace. We ask this now in your blessed name. Amen.
Thank you so much. Always welcome, and God bless you on your anniversary. Thank you.
Judge, do you have some opening comments for us this
Yeah, I
morning?
just want to welcome all of you on behalf of myself, the commissioners that are here present, and of course our incredible Chief and Commissioner Leon that's here with us virtually. But want to thank you today. We have two amazing resolutions and that show the power of one individual, that they can do so much for our community. So very proud that I happen to know both of them, but just they're just incredible individuals, and so we love our resolutions, and so we thank you for that. And we wish all of you, a great Monday and just an absolutely very productive and very blessed week going forward. Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Coronel.
I just want to, say hi to Commissioner Leon. We wish you well, Commissioner. I hope you join us in person very soon and get well a lot better quickly.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all's patience with me.
We admire your champion spirit, so that keeps us going. Thank you, Commissioner.
Item number 4 is the consent agenda, composed of items 4A through 4Q. Are there any items that members of the public or the court would like to pull for individual discussion?
Judge, I just want to make a comment about item number G. I just think it's a great thing that our administration's doing, along with University of Texas at El Paso for the work-study program for our Community Services Department. Thank y'all for that.
Thank you. So move to approve?
Second.
Commissioner Holguín,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 5A, resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution recognizing August 16, 2023 as David L. Carrasco Job Corps Graduation Day in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner Leon.
Yes, Judge, Commissioners, thank you very much. I am honored to be able to read this into the record. Do we have anybody from the Job Corps Center in attendance?
Yes.
Okay, if you all don't mind coming up to the podium and I'll read the resolution, then the mic is yours. Whereas our nation's youth is one of our most valuable resources, and whereas the David L. Carrasco Job Corps Center, an outstanding vocational and academic educational training program for the youth of El Paso and its surrounding areas, has reached its 53rd year. And whereas during these 53 years, the David L. Carrasco Job Corps Center has provided much needed assistance and attention to students by helping them become responsible, employable, and productive citizens. And whereas the County of El Paso commends the 2023 graduating class of the David L. Carrasco Job Corps Center as they celebrate their, let me switch pages here. As they celebrate their accomplishments through our graduation ceremony. Now, therefore, let it be resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that August the 16th, 2023 shall be known as David L. Carrasco Job Corps Graduation Day, signed this 14th day of August 2023.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, and I don't know if Chief, can he see me, or I guess he can hear me, right? Thank you so much.
can see you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Chief Leon. As always, you come through and you help us out. Judge, thank you. Commissioners, thank you very much for allowing us to be here. So yes, this is our 53rd graduation. With me are some of our student government officers. I'll let them introduce themselves. I welcome the public to stop by, visit us. I just picked up a card a little before the meeting started, see we can have some rapport with them. So thank you very much again. We do have, our campus is right now at 210 students. We have 156 that live there. We do have 54 that come and go every day. Joseph is one of them. He does not stay there with us, but he is there training. We do offer auto technician vocation, culinary arts, facility maintenance, HVAC, office administration, rehab tech, welding. We do have Sean that just finished his CNA with, they do go out to Cultural Technical Institute, and that's where they get certified. Apprenticeships, those are also a new thing that we started with the Job Corps. So they finish here with us, and they can either go on to advanced training nationwide, or they stay in town and they go to EPCC for apprenticeship. So we do have that partnership. I'll go ahead and stop talking and have them introduce themselves and tell you a little bit about them.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Joshua Smith. I've been in Job Corps for 8 months. My trade was facility maintenance, and I'm going on to college for renewable energy, and I'll be doing that for 2 years to get my associate's degree.
Excellent. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sean. I've been in Job Corps for 6 months. I just finished the CNA program. I will be going to advanced training for phlebotomy. And yes, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us.
Hi, my name is David Arellano, and I've been in Job Corps for 5 months, and I'm in welding, and I plan to do welding for the next 40 years and then become an instructor, hopefully.
Well, thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Michael Rodriguez. I do automotive tech. I finished it. I've been here at Job Corps for 6 months, and I hope to go to APCC for college and for diesel tech for 2 years for my associate's degree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone, and thank you for having us. My name is Joseph Maz. I've been going to Job Corps for about 3 months now. I'm doing welding, and I also eventually would like to instruct in that field.
Thank you. Well, we thank you tremendously for being such great role models, and I love all the vocational, but your culinary, which is, that's really great. I mean, I've been in certain events, but I just want to real quickly to remind you that, David Carrasco and everything he accomplished. I had the pleasure of meeting his son, Dr. David Carrasco. He's at the Divinities in Harvard, School of Divinity in Harvard, and he was very instrumental in helping us with the first anniversary of the Healing Garden. And we did a lot of things around that he wanted to make sure that he wrote an article called Say the Names, that we should remember the person, not just that something happened on August the 3rd, but that, there's people and they have names and they have stories. And so his legacy continues with his son. So just want to thank you, because it's been very difficult for a lot of our adolescents as they came out of the pandemic. And so we're always looking for role models that have challenges, but then they overcome those challenges, and it helps others to understand that you can overcome challenges. And so we thank you for what you do, and obviously for being such great role models in our community. And we thank you for providing the leadership and the mentor that are going forward. So back to you, Commissioner Leon.
No, thank you very much. As you said, I've been involved with Job Corps for many, many, many years. And thanks to them, we have many productive, happy adults working in our community. So again, thank you for being there this morning.
Okay, we'll take a picture, but we'll sort of see if we could get to where the camera is, where we could have him in the background.
Commissioner, your video shot will be in the photo.
Okay.
Item 5B, approve and adopt a resolution honoring the life of Mike Dipp and offering condolences from El Paso County to his family.
Commissioner Stout.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I have the honor of being able to sponsor this resolution. I think we all here, at least at this dais, understand and know the impact that Mike Dipp had on our community and our lives, and I know that many people in the public do so as well. He probably did become a household name for those of us who are involved in community, whether it was through nonprofit work, the faith community, whether you're a political, business people, education leaders, and really on down the line. Mr. Dipp was well known to all of us for his generosity, for his love, and for all of the great things that he did for this community and for us as people. Of course, he wasn't alone. I think this is something that definitely runs in his family. I'm glad to say that here today we're joined by his brother Paul, who has done some amazing things for example, for Sacred Heart Church that we're very appreciative of. And I'm glad to say we're here also joined by his wife Suzanne, his sister Mary Jean, and Paul's and Suzanne's daughters, Allie and Celine. Thank you all for being here. The first time that I came across Mr. Dipp was when I worked for Senator Jose Rodriguez. His office was actually right next to Mike's office over here on Ochoa. And, he was always just the most gracious, generous, sweetest individual that I can remember coming across. I feel terrible that I didn't go have breakfast with he and his buddies at 6 a.m. sometimes. I don't know, probably wasn't that early, but they would get together at Amigo's restaurant. When that closed down, they would go to a number of other restaurants super early in the morning, and I did go a couple of times, but I want to, I really wish that I had now had the opportunity to have gone and interacted and shared with and broken bread with them at least a couple of more times. I think if you're an elected official, I guess, I don't know if it's because he liked me or not, but he would always, when I came out in the paper, he would cut and clip and laminate and send these to me. All of the articles that I ever came out in the paper, he would send them to me. And I thought that was such a very nice detail that he would do for me. And I know he's done that for others as well. But I remember seeing him at all of the Democratic conventions, being able to call him and bounce ideas off of him. He was one of the first people to contribute to my campaign when I first ran. He would surprise me by, when I would go do some printing at one of his buddies' print shop, I would find out later that I didn't have to pay for the printing because Mr. Dipp had picked up the charge for that printing. When I was going through the issue with having to give a kidney to my father during COVID, he sent me a card that revealed that he had asked for a whole service to be said in the honor of my father and myself at his church. And so, just so many anecdotes and so many great things to say about Mr. Dipp, and I'm sure you all will share as well some of your stories. But I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution, and if you all would please come up to the podium, and we'll hear from you after I'm done reading the resolution. Thank you so much. And so it says, whereas Michael J. Dipp, Jr., El Paso businessman and community leader, died June 25th after battling cancer. He died surrounded by his loving wife and 2 daughters who were blessed with his unconditional love and support. And whereas faith, family, education, and community service were at his core, and he dedicated his life to these causes. And whereas Mike was married to the love of his life, Mary Ann Wasef Dipp, for 48 years, Mike often said that his biggest accomplishment in life was marrying Mary Ann. Mike was a loving and devoted father to his daughters, Michelle and Margaret, whose world centered around his family. And whereas Mike was a lifelong member of St. Matthew's Catholic Church in El Paso and prayed the rosary daily, he was a 4th-degree Knight of Columbus. Mike made a major contribution in every life that he touched. He was kind, thoughtful, and passionate about his community. And whereas Mike was given the Project Amistad's Humanitarian Award in 2012 and in 2010, was named a distinguished alumni at St. Mary's University in San Antonio, where he graduated magna cum laude with a bachelor's degree in business administration and a master's degree with honors in economics. Mike fostered several lifelong friendships and enjoyed hunting with his college friends from St. Mary's. And whereas Mike was active in the family business throughout his lifetime, including Economy Wholesale, Grocers, where he served as chairman, Plaza Properties, Dipp Farms, Rio Foods, and Coldway Cold Storage. He was well known for his management of the historic Plaza Hotel from 1969 to 1990. And whereas he was a philanthropist and served on boards and committees for many private organizations and governmental agencies, including Thomason General Hospital, the Kennedy Foundation, Lydia Patterson Institute, and Sisters of Perpetual Adoration. And whereas he worked to strengthen business relationships across the U.S.-Mexico border and was a founding member of the El Paso Juarez Interplex World Trade Center Association and the Paso del Norte Group. Mike was president of the El Paso Central Business Association for 20 years until June 2013 and was recognized by Texas Senate Resolution number 26. And whereas Mike Dipp is survived by his wife, Marianne, 2 daughters, Michelle Detweiler, and her husband, William F. Detweiler, and Margaret Dipp, his brother, George Dipp, and wife, Christina, sisters Rosalie Zogby and her husband, Raymond, and Mary Jean Dipp and Buddy Shamali, brother Paul Dipp and his wife, Suzanne, and several nieces and nephews. And now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that El Paso County extends its deepest condolences to the family of Michael J. Dipp, Jr., and its appreciation for his works on behalf of this community. Signed this 14th day of August, 2023, the Honorable County Commissioners Court.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Paul?
Well, Commissioners Court. Thank you. This gets me because Mike was very close to all of you. And Commissioner Stout, thank you very much for your very generous comments. You pegged him. He was that guy for early breakfast. Just so you'll know, he saw somebody else at 5 o'clock in the morning. And that was relayed to me by Congressman Reyes. And he was generous enough to tell me, only Mike. I think that was probably his only 5 o'clock. I'm sure it wasn't his only one, but it was the only one in El Paso. But Mike really supported what you did. Mike was very close to each of you, and that's what moves me today. As we reflect on Mike's life, the mission of what you do and his public service and his community service is expressed in so many different ways. But if there's a group and a moment, which is August 3rd, that best solidifies what he represented, the work that you've done with the Memorial Garden, the work that was done by Mayor Margo and everybody in the community was certainly a defining moment for El Paso. And he had great respect for each one of you. And Chief Leon, I just wanted to mention to you, we miss you today, but I think you know how Mike felt about you as well. So
yes, he was a tremendous friend.
Thank you. I know he was. And as we're sitting here in the county courthouse in Enrique Moreno, which was one of Mike's best friends, they went through a lot of things together. So in closing, I'd like to thank my family for being here with me. I'd like to thank Mike and his family because Mike always shared that devotion and his devotion with the city, his time commitment with the city, with all of us. He was very kind often to say that we could have not done this without the backup and support of our family. And truth be told, that's where we all are in life. So once again, thank you very much for your kindness, for your support. I'm very proud to be so moved with you all this morning. I'd like to thank Commissioner Stout, Cito Negron, for coordinating all of this. I'd like to thank you for sponsoring it. But truth be told, for those of you that attended his service, we want to thank you. For those of you that didn't, I want to let you know you're always in his heart. You're always in the spirit of our family. So you were there. So we just appreciate El Paso, love Juarez, and just humbled and grateful with everything that El Paso means to us and our family, has done for us, and this overwhelming outpouring of support as it relates to Mike. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Would you like, anyone else would like to say a few words? Well, we want to thank you. Yesterday I was coming out of the elevators to go to the plaza, and I remember right there where the restaurant was and meeting there early in the morning. And he was so generous with everything, his time, his talents, his money, everything was just an incredible person. And of course, the relationship he had with Enrique Moreno, we all love, and Phil Martinez and people that are no longer with us, but that could become such a legacy. And we thank you because, as they say, the fruit doesn't fall far from the tree, and that's a beautiful family that all of you have. And Paul, I know your dedication as a brother and, just the bonding that you both had, that we hope with all our heart that this community of showing our love and our respect for him, hopefully that helps a little bit in that healing process, because he was very loved. I mean, he was extremely loved by everybody, and he was like a friend, everybody's friend, and he acted like the best role model of a friend that we could ever have. So he always raised a benchmark on my other friendships that I would call on them. I said, can you be a little bit more like Mike? Because they're not all at that level. But no, we thank you, and Commissioner Stout, thank you for the relationship that you had with them, and then sharing and bringing it to Commissioner's Court as part of this the resolution. That's extremely great of you doing that, and to such a great family, and hopefully that you'll feel that we're here going forward of anything that you need from us, and continue our friendship. That's the way we're going to stay close to him, is through your friendship, and be able to know that we're part of your family some way, somehow, would really help us as well. Thank you.
I'd just like to say, Judge, that we're fully committed in every way to El Paso. We continue, we are not Mike, and there will not be another Mike, but he'll always be remembered. But as far as our commitment to the city and the community, we remain firm and resolute about our commitment with the community. We're very proud of the efforts at all generations, including our daughters, and what they're doing with expressing themselves and contributing back to the community. So we certainly appreciate it, and be assured that, like everybody else in this room and everybody else in this community, because it's an El Paso thing, we remain resolute to continue his good works. Thank you.
Thank you for saying that. Commissioner Coronado?
Thank you, Judge. I just want to echo the sentiments about Mike. I remember, some of the times that I would sit and talk with him, it was just like talking to he was just everybody's favorite uncle. He just had a way when you talked to him about what your concerns or what you wanted his help from. He was always very, very amiable and just very calming, and I really appreciated his friendship. He's just one of a kind. So, my condolences to the family.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner Holguín.
Thank you, Judge. You all know how much Mike was loved in this community for everything that he did. I was honored to have met him when I served as the chair of the El Paso County Democratic Party, and I never had to reach out to ask Mike for help because he would always beat me to it. Before I even had the chance to pick up the phone and ask him for his support for whatever initiative we were working on, he was already calling me to tell me that, whatever we needed, whether it was waters for volunteers who were helping on election day, or whether it was salad dressing for our spaghetti fundraisers that we did very frequently in those days to raise money for the party. He never gave me the opportunity to call and ask him for help because he was always there first, offering his help. Mike was truly one of the kindest and most generous people I've ever met. And the laminated notes, I don't think any of us will ever forget receiving those, because it just told us he was thinking of us, and he was proud of us and proud of the work that we were all doing for our community here in El Paso. And it was just one of the most heartwarming things that I had ever seen when I started receiving those notes. And so we'll never, ever, I know none of us will ever forget that. So I just, again, our condolences to your family, but I know that we have a guardian angel watching over El Paso with Mike.
Thank you very much. With your husband. And it was very
Microphone, sir.
please.
I wanted to express to you that his relationship with your husband, Eddie, was very significant to Mike as well, and we appreciate that, and that relationship dug deep to many levels. Mike was, the uncle that you're talking about was literally, our children got confused because everybody would walk in and say, "Hi, Uncle Mike, hi, Uncle Mike," and, my girls would go, are they our cousins? Well, it's El Paso, Texas, yes, they are. So anyway, thank you so much again for your time, and I appreciate the honor of having this time with you all. Our family is so grateful and honored by this resolution. Mike will receive accolades, but I can assure you that this will be the closest one, or one of the closest ones to our hearts, and we're very, very grateful for your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to hear from Commissioner Leon if he's able to.
Judge, thank you. And just like everybody else, he would send me those laminated articles. And that was special for me, as I'm sure for you all, because you would know, hey, somebody's paying attention. Somebody is proud of me, of you all, for what we accomplished. And I met with him several times, reference Alicia and other areas that he was always involved in. So he will be missed. But I know that his family, it now has expanded to include us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, so can y'all come up here? We're going to hand you all the resolutions. We'll take a picture.
We'll go over there to the... Drop this.
Instead of kicking you, I kicked it.
I'll tell you. Caesar, just for clarity, we're going to try to take all the commissioner court items, hopefully as soon as possible, and then we'll start with all the budget items. That I did meet some that came a little earlier, but they were going to be okay that we have them later on. So
Okay.
depending on how we finish. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Item number 6 is public comment. We do have 3 speakers this morning. We'll start out with Miss Elizabeth Crawford.
Good morning, Elizabeth.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning. I want to speak briefly about the slippery slope and talk about some things that are going on across our nation, in countries by us, the planning agenda, the political agenda, and because these things really do affect El Paso in many ways. Some facts that are alarming in Canada, so-called euthanasia, supposed mercy killing, is being actively offered to many seniors, now maybe to kids, to veterans with PTSD. They have the MAID program, Medical Aid in Dying program, that's expanding rapidly. In New Mexico, there's literally an abortion center that's funded and run by the Satanic Temple. It's advertised in other states. They advertise the satanic ritual of abortion by pill. Outside of DC and in other parts of our nation, the bodies of aborted babies are literally incarcerated for energy. It's not just the word Holocaust figuratively, but literally Holocaust, the burning of babies' bodies. These things are unthinkable in many ways, but the reality, what's going on in our nation and in a neighboring nation. God's word in the book of Judges said that in those days there is no king in Israel. Every man did that which is right in his own eyes. And it's alarming what's going on in our world and across our nation. This is where we are as a nation. As a little kid back in the late 1970s, I have distinct memories of going to church Sunday nights with my parents. And I distinctly remember two things. I distinctly remember the pastor preaching through the book of Daniel and Revelation, and just as a little kid, just being startled by the things that were explained to us that are to come, and we're seeing many of these things begin to play out in to a great measure in our day. The other distinct memory I have is that pastor had shown a film by Francis Schaeffer. As a little child, I'm listening to this, and he was warning about the slippery slope. About abortion, euthanasia, where there's no fear of God in a society, there's no stopping of human wickedness. And God's word warns that it says in 2 Timothy, but evil men and impostors shall wax worse and worse, deceiving and being deceived. We can't stop the course of this world on a whole, what's happening. God has ordained to permit a great amount of evil before he returns to rule as king, but like a train heading for an abyss, we need to get off the train while there's time by God's grace, no matter what that cost may be, in terms of popularity or politics or in anything. It's worth it. God's word says, believe on the Lord Jesus Christ and you will be saved. And wherefore, as the Holy Spirit says today, if you'll hear his voice, do not harden your hearts. So I just wanted to warn nothing, not popularity, not politics, nothing is worth what it will cost. Every one of us has eternity in front of us, and there's a holy and just God. Thank you so much. Hope you have a good day. Thank you.
You too, Elizabeth. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Baron White.
Good morning, Judge Samaniego, and to the court. I appreciate this opportunity.
Welcome.
I'm going to bend your ear just a little bit. I'm the CEO of ESL International, for-profit business, and I'm the executive director of the Language Acquisition Research Foundation here in El Paso. And we have a problem. As we know, COVID has done a lot of things to a lot of us, but particularly our most important asset, which is our students in our schools. I'm a retired educator of 30 years and have continued on, so basically about 45 years worth. But what I am seeing, what we are seeing, what I have seen when I was with the Education Service Center Region 19 under Dr. Jimmy Vasquez, dealing with the Hispanic population. our state, which I was very close to at one point, and their data, I am finding that there is no data as it relates to career technology education in the area of our Hispanic child who is limited English or monolingual Spanish coming into career in technology. And our expertise, as Mr. Barlow will explain after me, is IT. IT is exploding. We have a lot of students who are interested in IT. We have a lot of, and adults for that matter. But we need to do something about how we're approaching that problem. We are DOL certified on the foundation side, TWC also, and there's an issue there on, not with our folks here in town, but it's the state level. There are issues when it comes to educating our child who is limited English and monolingual Spanish and getting them into the program of career and technology and supporting them in their home language, but also the English language. First of all, and what I have also noticed is that the level of the Spanish that they have going into technology is not going to help them at all. A lot of the kids who have come through that program who are limited English, the terminologies are the issue. We had our students here, which we are actually doing an MOA with the David Carrasco Job Corps Center. Wonder if you've not been there, which I know you probably have many times. It is a wonderful facility. They do a beautiful job. They're getting into, the DOL has ordered them to have apprenticeships. But we're going the pre-apprenticeship program. We need to get our kids prepared to enter the workforce. And if we go through just the apprenticeship piece, we bypass that child who's limited English and or monolingual Spanish. The foundation is prepared. We have the technology. We have the instructional piece through CompTIA. That is their global ITF platform that we use to certify kids before they graduate from high school. And how do we do that? We help them with their language piece, such as we're going to do and hope to do with David Carrasco Job Corps, and support them in their language and help them into the English language as they go to the workforce. We want to keep our kids in town. A lot of kids graduate from high school and they think, oh, got to leave El Paso, because there's nothing here for them, particularly the child who's limited English. They think going to Austin is the place to be. Well, it's a good party town, but they forget that it's more expensive to live in Austin than it is in El Paso. So we have an issue, and I need, our foundation needs your support in your area of expertise. We need to be and get with our community. We have a partnership with the Education Service Center. Mr. Barlow will also speak to that issue. We did a pilot, wonderful pilot, and we have the data on that. We collect data, and without that data, you don't know where you're going. So that's my short spiel, but I do ask that you help us to help our kids. Keep our kids in town, get them prepared to enter the workforce so they can be successful citizens here in El Paso. We don't need them moving. So I thank you very much.
Thank you. And just on a side note, just thank you for everything else that you do and how you promote and help our young people here in our community. So we thank you for that, and we'll really take to heart what you're trying to accomplish.
We love El Paso.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. White. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Daniel Cole Barlow.
Daniel.
Good morning, Judge Samaniego and esteemed representatives. My name is Daniel Barlow, and I am the Director of Technology for the Language Acquisition Research Foundation. So our main goal, again, is apprenticeship. We've been working to try to bring about a change to the traditional hiring and training of our young folk, right? So I've been kind of an ambassador for apprenticeship here in El Paso, and we're trying to form a consortium of different organizations and businesses. Part of the problem that we found is that it seems that everybody seems to want to work within their own little silo. And then when it comes to actually getting the work done for the community, we're held back by those limitations and barriers, right? Everyone's concerned, okay, well, we're going to do this little piece, we'll do our little training, and then, another organization will say, well, we'll donate some funds, or, we'll facilitate some kind of training for the same kind of thing, but it's hard to work together. And in the apprenticeship model, the employer is a huge part, right? So I find that not a lot of employers are aware of the apprenticeship training model, right? And speaking to the apprenticeship, again, we have 3 programs registered with the United States Department of Labor, the Texas Workforce Commission, the Texas Veterans Commission. We are also El Paso's only CompTIA authorized academic partner, in that we use their training products for their exams. It's unknown to me why the other for-profit and other nonprofit schools do not. Additionally, as part of the consortium, so we're trying to get all these employers together under the same building with city government, county leaders, hospitals, the bigger corporations like Amazon, and we want to try to provide a pathway into a career of technology that will diversify the workforce. It'll mean equality and equity for everybody involved. Because, when you think IT guy, you normally think of the ponytailed guy with the glasses chilling by the water cooler, right? But no, the reason why diversity is so important is because people from different backgrounds can think of solutions that normal people or normally other people wouldn't come up with, right? And El Paso is a wonderful, wonderful place to bring apprenticeships. Apprenticeships are working in Dallas, they're working in San Antonio, they're working in Austin, they're working in Houston, but we're having a big problem trying to get them to work here in El Paso. Part of it is because of some state legislative or systematic issues as far as updating the ETPL, the Eligible Training Provider List. But the other part of it is our employers can't really afford to pay the right kind of wages unless we educate them, right? Unless we talk about how they can be reimbursed. There's all sorts of programs out there. There's all sorts of grants that are out there that we can use to bring people into the fold. Recently, the city had a falling out with a company called Bitwise because they were going to bring apprenticeship. They were from San Diego. And I postulate that had we may have worked at a more local level, right? Nobody knew about us. We were on the back burner, and the situation with Bitwise happened, and now the city is left in an interesting situation where they don't know what to do about that. And I would just, ask for the city's support and the county's support in remembering that there are little guys here in our own backyard that are fighting to try to improve our training. We had a wonderful pilot for the ESC Region 19 in June. We were featured on KTSM. We did a wonderful job. We managed to certify a couple of our students, which is far better than I'd certified in my professional for-profit college career. I've taught about 200 students, and about only 4 or 5 of them have certified in
30 seconds.
12 years. And yes, so we're just asking for support from the county and the city. We are really struggling. We do not know how much longer we can continue this fight and keep our doors open. And we plead that the city and the county, reaches out and helps us. Thank you very much.
Daniel, thank you very much. I would have the pleasure of visiting what Daniel does in the area of technology, and it's just amazing what they're trying to accomplish. And we too want the smaller businesses. I had the opportunity to meet with Congresswoman Escobar Guzman, who's the director of the SBA National Director, and she was very excited about what El Paso can do and the support they can give us and the money that's available. And so I would encourage you to get close to the Hispanic Chamber because they had a lot of discussions surrounding how to help small businesses. So you're doing an incredible job as it is, but we would love for you to be able to take it to the next level as
Yes,
well.
sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
This completes public comment, Judge.
Thank you.
Item number 7, County Administration. Discuss and consider adoption of a resolution of El Paso County, Texas, determining the costs of certain authorized improvements to be financed by the Tierra del Este 3 Phase 6 Public Improvement District, approving a preliminary service and assessment plan, including proposed assessment roles, calling a meeting and noticing a public hearing for August 28, 2023, to consider an order levying assessments on property located within the district, direct the filing of the proposed assessment rolls with the county clerk, to make available for public inspection, directing staff to publish and mail notice of said public hearing, and resolving other matters incident and related thereto. Contract number 2023-0626.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Alicia Martinez, Senior Research Analyst with the Office of Capital Planning and Performance Management. Today, our team will be providing you all with an update regarding the Tierra del Este Public Improvement District as staff has finalized negotiations with the PID petitioner. This presentation presents the final numbers before the PID is formally approved and adopted. As such, we will provide details regarding the cost determination resolution and preliminary service and assessment plan for your review and consideration. I'd first like to provide an overview and a recap that includes the key aspects related to the PID. This PID petition was initially submitted by the landowner, Ranchos Real Land Holdings, and exists entirely within an unincorporated area of the county in East Montana, County Precinct 1, within the city's extraterritorial jurisdiction zone. The western boundary of the PID, which can be seen on the slide image there, marks the city boundary line. This image provides a bird's eye view of the area that totals about 1,000 acres with an estimated capacity of over 4,000 single-family units, as well units for development. Specific to today's discussion, the green highlighted areas in the figure represents the boundaries of Phase 1 of the PID, made up of 117 acres, 692 single-family units, as well as a park. This slide presents a timeline of key actions that have been taken to bring us to today's presentation. Beginning in the summer of 2021, the county established its own rules for implementing a PID and received its first PID petition. Over the next year, the county coordinated with the petitioner to receive a proposal for evaluation. This culminated in the acceptance of the PID petition earlier this year in March, where the establishment order for the proposed PID was ultimately approved. Today, the court is being asked to consider the cost determination resolution, which includes the final improvement costs. If approved, the court would then be asked to consider adopting the development agreement, reimbursement agreement, and assessment order later this month. The purpose of the development agreement would be to obligate the developer to the entire PID area. Based on the analysis and the negotiations process, the final cost estimate for improvements has been set at a little over $26 million. Through the cost determination resolution being presented today, the court would adopt a resolution that finalizes this number. The preliminary service and assessment plan would be attached to that resolution order and the call for a public hearing after 10 days' notice. The preliminary service and assessment plan contains the full estimates, the estimated levy, and was developed using an average interest rate of 5.75%. Here is a list of the main tenets of the initial PID establishment order approved in 2021 that laid out a process for PID reviewal with a thoughtful approach towards ensuring county community benefits. Crucially, the court identified a need to establish PIDs that provided a public purpose, as well as being approved on a reimbursement basis to the developer, with no debt being issued. With that direction from the court with which to evaluate a PID petition, our office identified that this proposal met the benefits listed here. I'd like to draw your attention to the second sub-bullet on this slide, as the inclusion of the county's first splash pad is a new addition from the last time this information was presented. The tables here provide several financial estimates. Note that the term assessment is used here to refer to principal cost, and installment refers to total cost. As such, the total assessment number you see listing $5,970 represents only the funds being used for principal costs from the annual $525 installments. Practically speaking, $525 or $44 a month is what would be the flat fee collected annually for homeowners over a 20-year term, totaling at approximately $10,500. The PID would begin implementation in 2023 and sunset in 2043. The table here outlines the debt service schedule over those next 20 years of the first phase of the PID. As previously mentioned, the PID is developed as a reimbursement model whereby the developer fronts the construction of all the authorized improvements and receives reimbursements from the PID as those improvements are completed and received. The PID will not issue debt in the form of bonds. The table also outlines the annual payments that will be made to cover principal and interest rates for the PID. The county's financial advisor, Stiefel, has evaluated the schedule and is in agreement with the structure and interest rate of 5.75%. I'd now like to hand over the presentation to my colleague, Mr. Robert Reed, to provide details of the various proposed improvements of the PID.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Robert Reed, and I'm the Project Manager for Capital Planning and Performance Management. Today, I'll be going into detail on what the PID offers, as well as what Phase 1 of this project includes. This slide shows the total cost of improvements for both Phase 1 and the PID entirely. Improvements such as street paving, hike and bike trails, a splash pad, and major improvements to the right-of-way in the area. The source of these funds are from both the PID reimbursement obligation as well as landowner contribution, which we'll go into further detail in the following slide. The roadway improvements consist of the full construction of Migrant Drive, Vista del Este, street signalization, and stormwater runoff mitigation, which will all exceed county standards. This is important to mention because currently there are no stormwater runoff systems in place, so excessive runoff is entering properties in the area, and the PID will address those issues. The PID will be a joint effort between the county and private developers. This public-private partnership is beneficial because the private sector can deliver the improvements much faster compared to improvements that go through the traditional county process. This synergy is much more cost-effective and will stretch out the investment that the county is making on the PID. That being said, the PID will include a 12,000 square foot annex that will have the potential for multiple purposes, such as recreational facilities and/or county functions that will serve the PID residents as well as the greater Montana Vista community. The largest takeaway for this particular slide is to showcase the added benefits that the PID creates compared to what standard subdivisions offer. Enhancements such as playgrounds, picnic tables, hike and bike trails, bollard lighting, and a 3D splash pad, which we'll go into detail in the next few slides. These enhancements would not be part of a typical subdivision, but with the PID's cost structure, these enhancements will be covered. As the PID continues, we will keep track of these items and bring them to the court's attention on an ongoing basis. Here's a nice photo of La Playa Drain near Shalver Park in the Lower Valley, which has enhanced lighting and a fantastic landscaping copacetic to the region. Here's a great aerial view of where the PID the PID is located, as well as the location of the key improvements previously mentioned. We have the annex and splash pad site, Mager extension and full build-out, as well as the full build-out of Vista del Este. The next few slides are photos of existing conditions of the mentioned key improvements. We have a Mager extension right here, existing conditions looking south with Montana right behind us. The full Mager build-out, existing conditions, which is a fairly long street that is currently unpaved. The full Vista del Este extension. And lastly, the proposed annex and splash pad site on the corner of Edgemere and Vista del Este. Recirculating splash pads have quickly become best practice for public recreational amenities, as they are extremely cost-efficient and attractive for arid regions such as ours. While being mindful of utility and maintenance costs, careful coordination with our Parks Department led us to choose this 15,000 square foot design for the PID's further enhancement. These are the types of enhancements that separates this development from a standard subdivision improvement plan. As Mr. Martinez mentioned at the beginning of our presentation, the actions under consideration by the court this morning are to approve and adopt a cost determination resolution that outlines the costs of certain authorized improvements to be financed by the Tierra del Este 3 Phase 6 Public Improvement District, approve the preliminary service and assessment plan which outlines the improvements and finance structure to create a reimbursement plan to the county, calling that a public hearing be held in 2 weeks on August 28th for the court to then consider adopting an order levying the assessments presented today on real property located within the PID and directing staff to implement all of the administrative steps necessary for the court to consider this action on the 28th. Today's recommended action does not financially obligate the county to any issuance of debt or any terms of the PID. All items being presented have been reviewed by the county's financial advisor and bond counsel, and our office continues to engage with Public Works, Auditor's Office, and Budget regarding the PID structure as it moves forward. That concludes our presentation. We're available for any questions the court may have.
Commissioner Holguin, any from your perspective?
No, I mean, I'm very happy to see the list of amenities that are going to be covered. I think that was one of the biggest issues that we had in prior discussions. And I'm very happy to see that we are talking about the splash pad and the trails, the lighting. So I'm happy to see that those amenities and not more basic like water and wastewater, which is generally required anyway, are going to be covered by the PID.
It really meets our expectations of, doing something that brings that dignity to the level that it should be, and not, like Commissioner said, just standard things that we always end up with development. So we thank you. Any comments from anybody?
I just think this is a great way of being able to get a lot of the infrastructure done and some other amenities to these subdivisions that as we're seeing now, that later on when the county has to make those upgrades to those areas, it costs us a lot more, and we have more challenges being able to do that. So I'm glad we're doing this.
Thank you. Rudy, any additional comments from you?
No, Commissioners. Rudy Segura with McCall, Parkhurst, and Horton. Just happy to answer any questions. If adopted, we do have to publish notice in the paper and then mail out notices, and of course come back in 2 weeks and conduct a public hearing, and then that's it for phase 1. And the goal is to be, doing this roughly once a year for the next couple of years until this thing is fully built out.
Thank you. And Betsy, any comments from you?
I just want to echo the comments about the development. Sometimes we get into these situations where we're trying to bring in water or wastewater and developments that aren't already connected, and this is a way of getting it. There is some water and wastewater connections in here, but that's a minor part of the overall project. The improvements, it's just going to be a really new way for us to try development. And I think it could spur additional PIDs in the future. So I'm really looking forward to the success of this one.
Thank you so much, Betsy. Thank you. Great initiative.
Thank you for your time, Judge and Commissioners.
Thank you, Robert.
And Judge Commissioner Eric Rosales-Negaglione, Assistant County Attorney, if we could just bring up that last slide, because that has your, you can make a motion to approve, but it would be, if you'd like, the motion to approve everything on the slide. There's quite a bit, so if you'd like. You don't have to say everything, just a motion to approve. It would be the slide.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve and adopt the resolution as proposed by staff.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 8, American Rescue Plan, ARP project number 1170 and 1171. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the El Paso County American Rescue Plan Act subrecipient agreement with Workforce Solutions Borderplex for child care industry support beginning August 7, 2023. Funding is available in special grant ARP Plan 21 ECN IMP Workforce Solutions Borderplex Workforce Training. and SGARP Plan 21, ECN IMP, WSB Childcare. Contract number 2023-0413. Further approve and authorize the county judge to sign the El Paso County American Rescue Plan Act subrecipient agreement with Workforce Solutions Borderplex for small business support beginning August 7th, 2023. Funding is available in special grant ARP Plan 21 ECN IMP Industry Specific Development. Contract number 2023-0550.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Good morning,
Cristian Martinez. I apologize, I seem to get the items with the mouthfuls. But Cristian Martinez, Senior Research Analyst with the Office of Capital Planning and Performance Management. Here to present two agreements that would be funded using an ARPA allocation under the Economic Recovery Programs. Both proposed agreements are with Workforce Solutions Borderplex and are focused on addressing the negative economic impacts incurred by the pandemic via two proposed projects. The first initiative addresses the unprecedented challenges faced by small businesses in the wake of the pandemic. This program would provide digital integration, incumbent worker training, and support for small businesses located in qualified census tracts to equip these businesses with needed tools, skills, and resources. This project would be funded by this agreement in the amount of $358,000, and its period of performance would take effect from August 7th, 2023 to August 31st of next year. The second initiative addresses the negative economic impacts faced by childcare industry providers after many children's daycares were forced to close in-person activities and many families left without childcare. Despite the reopening of these facilities, childcare employment levels have yet to rebound. As such, this project proposes to enhance support to existing providers and services in the region by delivering technical assistance for quality certification and providing aid to non-licensed home-based providers to acquire the needed license and registration for access to state and federal resources. Finally, this proposal would also allow for the creation of paid internships and incentives for high school students studying early childhood education and place them with providers experiencing worker shortages. This project would be funded in the amount of a little under $1.7 million, and its period of performance would also span from August 7th, 2023 to August 31st, 2024. Our office is coordinated closely with the County Attorney's Office and County Auditor's Office to ensure compliance with all federal rules and regulations, and our office's recommendation is to approve and authorize both agreements, and I am available for any questions you may have. I would also like to invite Ms. Leila Melendez, CEO of Workforce Solutions Borderplex, to provide any additional comments.
Thank you. Leila, welcome. Just want to say before she speaks, I mean, just the incredible things that Borderplex Solutions have done in helping us come out of the pandemic. But I think very few people understood at the beginning the impact that childcare. It was frustrating to hear that, you know, people just didn't want to come back to work, you know, that they were happy receiving all this money. And it was very frustrating because it was just so difficult, especially obviously for women to be able to find where to leave the child in a quality environment because of the challenges. A lot of the grandparents were the ones that were helping out, and then, you know, unfortunately, so many died and others became very concerned. But I think we have a great opportunity to take childcare to the next level. And for one reason that I really appreciate, and that is the fact that they were trying the best to have childcare, but it wasn't the quality of childcare that would help them to continue and start education on the right foot. And so a lot of the Hispanic population were falling behind from academically because they didn't have the quality of health care or child care that would allow them to be competitive as they went into the first grade. So it's sort of like people didn't make that kind of connection of how it was impacting the overall progress of education. So, but Leila has done just such an incredible job. I really appreciate your passion and everything that you've done to make it keep moving forward. So, Leila.
Thank you. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you all for this opportunity to respond. I'm really fortunate to be at the helm of an organization that can make such a tremendous impact in partnership with our local government agencies. And as you said, Judge, you know, COVID is what shed the light on such a tremendous need in our childcare industry. And while we have long supported the childcare industry with providing that service to families, the industry itself seeing it as a business industry, really the first industry that so many other industries rely on, had been neglected. And so since then, with a lot of federal and state funds, and now with local dollars, we can provide a long-term sustained model to support that industry. So you're absolutely right, and we do continue to support families that are eligible for the cost of subsidized care, but these funds in particular are supporting the child care providers as two things: one, a small business, and two, a school. They are both things at the same time. And providing them with resources to help them level up in their business so that they can be sustainable in operating and operations, providing wages and facilities and capital in their facility, in their business, but then also being a quality learning environment. The workforce pipeline begins at birth. And so preparing children in childcare, preparing them for kindergarten, making them kinder ready is really the time during a child's time in daycare, and helping those businesses become a learning environment are also resources that they need, and that's what these funds are going to go for, those two different things at the same time. And so we just last week, we were, several of us participated in a visit from the Texas Broadband Office. We understand that the need so much for digital integration. One thing is having coverage and access. Another thing is integrating and adopting technology. And those are skill sets that people need, and people run businesses. And so another part of this component is helping small businesses integrate and adopt digital literacy in their business, extend that to their staff and their employees, and level them up so that they are doing e-commerce and they are doing business in a much more modern way, and helps them sustain and move forward into the future. And then some of those businesses, again, being childcare providers. So this is a really large strategic move on the part of the county in providing these ARPA funds. I want to also share that just this morning we heard from the Job Corps and the work that they do with youth. Part of this is going to be hiring digital consultants, and one of our greatest assets in our community is our youth that are very tech savvy. So we think this is a great opportunity to identify young people that are just entering the workforce. They need some workforce training skills, but they are already coming with that technology asset. Utilizing them as consultants and putting them to work as digital consultants for this project, and then also exposing them into the world of early education, giving them a completely different perspective in that workforce and education pipeline. So it's going to do multiple things at the same time. So we're really excited to get this off the ground, and thank you all for your commitment. And I also want to thank Jose and Christian for their patience and working with us, very diligent in making sure that this scope of work was accurate. And we understand the complexities that come with federal dollars, and dotting the I's and crossing the T's is extremely important. So you have our commitment to ensure that that is completed accurately as well. Thank you all.
Thank you, Leila. It's always so nice to do something good for the community, but the underlying job creation, which really stimulates our economy. So we help with the child care, but we also help with the job creation that's taking place. So we thank you for that. What would you need from us at this point, Betsy?
Judge, we'd like a motion to approve and authorize the judge to sign the El Paso County American Rescue Plan Act the American Rescue Plan Act subrecipient agreement with Workforce Solutions for Borderplex Child Care Industry Support beginning August 7th, 2023, and approve and authorize the judge to sign the American Rescue Plan Act subrecipient agreement with Workforce Solutions Borderplex for Small Business Support beginning August 7th, 2023.
Can I just ask a couple of
Yes,
really quick questions?
Thank you,
Judge? I'm sorry
Commissioner.
for Christian. Thank you. This is one of the larger, I think, line item projects, so I'm really glad to see that the agreement has been finalized and that the court is taking action today. But Christian, can you remind us, how much so far of our ARPA funding has now been committed now? Assuming that the court votes favorably today, how much
Sure.
of the
I believe that I'd have to get the exact amount from my more recent project report, but we've spent down, I believe, 60%, or there's 55% funding available in the ARPA portfolio.
We've spent the 55%.
No, that's how much is available. So
available.
So yes,
So
spent would be
45.
about 45.
Only
yes.
about 45.
It is identified for projects, but it hasn't been spent out.
Right.
There's a small portion that has not been identified for a project, correct?
Right. So, and that project budget report that I ran was maybe 2 weeks ago, so it's probably a little bit, it's increased since then just a bit. But I can absolutely get those exact numbers and provide those.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So I'll make that motion.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Could you turn on your camera, please, Commissioner?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Leila. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Item number 9, Auditor. Rescind the Commissioner's Court Order of July 31st, 2023, Item 4G on the consent agenda, pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code, Section 115.021, audit and settle all accounts against the county shown on the attached listing and direct the payment of those accounts.
Welcome, Barbara.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. This item is for a correction from July 31st. We had one item on the paid claims that was for Commissioner Coronado, and he had requested that those be placed as a separate item so he could not vote on his own items. We missed that on the 31st, so this is to correct that. We're asking to rescind that vote, and then the next item will be for you to vote again without Commissioner Coronado's vote.
I so move.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
Item number 10, pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code, Section 115.021, audit and settle all accounts against the county shown on the attached listing and direct the payment of those accounts.
This item is the one that would have the record of you all voting for the paid claims on 7/31, and this would be without Commissioner Coronado's vote.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Abstain.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. In the future, we'll be sure to have his items on a separate item, so to be clear.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Have a wonderful day.
You too.
Item number 11, Economic Development. Pursuant to Section 5A of the County Hotel Occupancy Tax Policy, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the proposed fiscal year 2023, fiscal year 2025 agreement with Brightside LLC Series 1. Funding in the amount of $200,000 is available in special revenue, tourist promotions, advertising, subject to final legal review and approval from the County Attorney's Office. Contract number 2023-0590.
Welcome, Jose.
Good morning, Judge Commissioners. Jose Landeros with the Office of County Administration, presenting this hot fund agreement to the court pursuant to the hot fund policy adopted by the court. As we discussed with the court last week, we've negotiated a multi-year structure with the Brightside Festival organizers. The first year would be a $200,000 agreement to allow them to start the process, and then we would scale that down by $50,000 over the next 3 years for a total of 3-year agreement. And so all the terms are being finalized, being finally reviewed by the organizers, and we hope to have executed agreement here this week to ensure that they meet their deadlines for the Labor Day weekend. So we are asking for the court's favorable consideration this morning. We're available to take any questions the court may have.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge Commissioners.
Thank you, Jose.
Thank you.
Executive session.
That's correct. Huh?
Okay. Commissioners, Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 17A through 17D pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.072. Commissioners, Court will reconvene to take official action.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Today we celebrate one of my favorite projects, which is First Time Water. So thank you for coming and joining us for this wonderful event.
Well, this is, first time water, and you can imagine any first time anything, and I'm glad the community gets to see this because, we live very blessed, and sometimes some of the areas require some of the basic needs. So very excited about this, especially the network that it took with the county and Congresswoman Escobar, the Net Bank, everybody that participated, and to give people an opportunity to live the way they should live is just exciting.
1, 2, 3.
This is very exciting. This is really the first time that Hillcrest Center, which is a community about a half a mile from the city limits off of Montana, that is finally going to receive water. The plotting was approved, believe it or not, back by the court in 1950. So we're talking about 150 homes, 309 people that live out there. As we move forward, this is something that I've pushed for, that the folks out there receive as many of the amenities that they deserve.
I am so happy for all of the families who are finally going to, not today, but very soon, be able to turn on their faucets and receive water. That is the dignity that each person in our country deserves, and I'm very proud that the Biden administration and Congress was able to deliver that.
That's the goal of the county. Our lane is accessibility to everything, transportation, health care, and of course water and sewage like everyone should have.
Well, today we're celebrating Earth Day, so we have lots of festivities, lots of activities for families, things for the children to do, and we also have completed a major tree planting project to bring some more shade and tree diversity here to Escarte Park.
And so we brought our families, we brought our co-workers. This event is amazing. There's a lot of local vendors, there's a lot of community attendance. It's fun.
So we want to create awareness and education for the community to continue to respect and care and great stewardship of the earth. We chose Escarte Park because we've recently done tree planting events in the past. There's definitely a need for an increase of vegetation here, and trees are the best way to provide shade and combat the urban heat island effect.
Well, we've got different crafts and activities, setting up the pavilion so that it's a fun place to go to. We have movies that represent what's going on to help protect the environment.
I would hope we are able to do this multiple years. This is fantastic. This is great for Mother Earth. It's great for the kids to come out and participate and learn about taking care of the planet and being sustainable.
It's a one day where I think we bring awareness to. We share something no matter our political backgrounds or religious beliefs. The earth is one thing we share in common. We all breathe the same air, we share the same water, so we can love and take care of the earth together.
So like many rural communities, here in Tornillo, most neighborhoods do not have sidewalks. And unfortunately, that can cause a safety hazard. So when kids are walking to school, they don't have sidewalks to walk on. If there's a heavy rain, there's no sidewalk for the kids to be able to walk through, and they end up having to walk through muddy streets to get to school.
Definitely, I grew up here. And, for many, many decades, Tornillo has really needed sidewalks, and when this project came along, we were so excited that we were identified as one of the entities that was going to be receiving these sidewalks.
At the county, we've been extraordinarily blessed that we've been able to obtain funding for various projects for the community out here in Tornillo. So the funding allowed us to provide a little over 3 miles worth of sidewalks here in Tornillo, and to focus in the areas that, for example, children travel the most. So I think we're going to have some folklorical dancers. The cheerleading team is going to be out here, and it's just really great to see the kids out here celebrating with us.
So now these sidewalks are now being connected to the schools. It has really put us as administrators at ease, because now we know that there's at least one area where our kids can be safe. Like I said, we could not have done this without the great partnerships from our county commissioner, and definitely TxDOT and everybody who's involved in these projects.
And so the county is doing all that we can to try to get as much funding as possible so that we can bring those services to the outer rural areas of the county. We don't think that any one neighborhood should have less accessibility to services than another neighborhood just because of where it's located.
Children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Today we celebrate one of my favorite projects, which is First Time Water. So thank you for coming and joining us for this wonderful event.
Well, this is, first time water, and you can imagine any first time anything, and I'm glad the community gets to see this because, we live very blessed, and sometimes some of the areas require some of the basic needs. So very excited about this, especially the network that it took with the county and Congresswoman Escobar, the Net Bank, everybody that participated, and to give people an opportunity to live the way they should live is just exciting.
1, 2, 3.
This is very exciting. This is really the first time that Hillcrest Center, which is a community about a half a mile from the city limits off of Montana, that is finally going to receive water. The plotting was approved, believe it or not, back by the court in 1950. So we're talking about 150 homes, 309 people that live out there. As we move forward, this is something that I've pushed for, that the folks out there receive as many of the amenities that they deserve.
I am so happy for all of the families who are finally going to, not today, but very soon be able to turn on their faucets and receive water. That is the dignity that each person in our country deserves, and I'm very proud that the Biden administration and Congress was able to deliver that.
That's the goal of the county. Our lane is accessibility to everything, transportation, health care, and of course water and sewage like everyone should have.
Well, today we're celebrating Earth Day, so we have lots of festivities, lots of activities for families, things for the children to do, and we also have completed a major tree planting project to bring some more shade and tree diversity here to Escalante Park.
And so we brought our families, we brought our co-workers. This event is amazing. There's a lot of local vendors, there's a lot of community attendance. It's fun.
So we want to create awareness and education for the community to continue to respect and care and great stewardship of the earth. We chose Escalante Park because we've recently done tree planting events in the past. There's definitely a need for an increase of vegetation here, and trees are the best way to provide shade and combat the urban heat island effect.
Well, we've got different crafts and activities, setting up the pavilion so that it's a fun place to go to. We have movies that represent what's going on to help protect the environment.
I would hope we are able to do this multiple years. This is fantastic. This is great for Mother Earth. It's great for the kids to come out and participate and learn about taking care of the planet and being sustainable.
It's the one day where I think we bring awareness to, we share something no matter our political backgrounds or religious beliefs. The earth is one thing we share in common. We all breathe the same air, we share the same water, so we can love and take care of the earth together.
So like many rural communities, here in Tornillo, most neighborhoods do not have sidewalks. And unfortunately, that can cause a safety hazard. So when kids are walking to school, they don't have sidewalks to walk on. If there's a heavy rain, there's no sidewalk for the kids to be able to walk through, and they end up having to walk through muddy streets to get to school.
Definitely, I grew up here. And, for many, many decades, Tornillo has really needed sidewalks. And when this project came along, we were so excited that we were identified as one of the entities that was going to be receiving these sidewalks.
At the county, we've been extraordinarily blessed that we've been able to obtain funding for various projects for the community out here in Tornillo. So the funding allowed us to provide a little over 3 miles worth of sidewalks here in Tornillo, and to focus in the areas that, for example, children travel the most. So I think we're going to have some folklorical dancers. The cheerleading team is going to be out here, and it's just really great to see the kids out here celebrating with us.
Yay! So now these sidewalks are now being connected to the schools. It has really put us as administrators at ease, because now we know that there's at least one area where our kids can be safe. Like I said, we could not have done this without the great partnerships from our county commissioner, and definitely TxDOT and everybody who's involved in these projects.
And so the county is doing all that we can to try to get as much funding as possible so that we can bring those services to the outer rural areas of the county. We don't think that any one neighborhood should have less accessibility to services than another neighborhood just because of where it's located.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Today we celebrate one of my favorite projects, which is First Time Water. So thank you for coming and joining us for this wonderful event.
Well, this is, first time water, and you can imagine any first time anything, and I'm glad the community gets to see this because, we live very blessed, and sometimes some of the areas require some of the basic needs. So very excited about this, especially the network that it took with the county and Congresswoman Escobar, the Net Bank, everybody that participated, and to give people an opportunity to live the way they should live is just exciting.
1, 2, 3.
This is very exciting. This is really the first time that Hillcrest Center, which is a community about a half a mile from the city limits off of Montana, that is finally going to receive water. The plotting was approved, believe it or not, back by the court in 1950. So we're talking about 150 homes, 309 people that live out there. As we move forward, this is something that I've pushed for, that the folks out there receive as many of the amenities that they deserve.
I am so happy for all of the families who are finally going to, not today, but very soon, be able to turn on their faucets and receive water. That is the dignity that each person in our country deserves, and I'm very proud that the Biden administration and Congress was able to deliver that.
That's the goal of the county. Our lane is accessibility to everything, transportation, health care, and of course water and sewage like everyone should have.
Well, today we're celebrating Earth Day, so we have lots of festivities, lots of activities for families, things for the children to do, and we also have completed a major tree planting project to bring some more shade and tree diversity here to Escarte Park.
And so we brought our families, we brought our co-workers. This event is amazing. There's a lot of local vendors, there's a lot of community attendance. It's fun.
So we want to create awareness and education for the community to continue to respect and care and great stewardship of the earth. We chose Escarte Park because we've recently done tree planting events in the past. There's definitely a need for an increase of vegetation here, and trees are the best way to provide shade and combat the urban heat island effect.
Well, we've got different crafts and activities, setting up the pavilion so that it's a fun place to go to. We have movies that represent what's going on to help protect the environment.
I would hope we are able to do this multiple years. This is fantastic. This is great for Mother Earth. It's great for the kids to come out and participate and learn about taking care of the planet and being sustainable.
It's the one day where I think we bring awareness to. We share something, no matter our political backgrounds or religious beliefs. The earth is one thing we share in common. We all breathe the same air, we share the same water, so we can love and take care of the earth together.
So like many rural communities, here in Tornillo, most neighborhoods do not have sidewalks. And unfortunately, that can cause a safety hazard. So when kids are walking to school, they don't have sidewalks to walk on. If there's a heavy rain, there's no sidewalk for the kids to be able to walk through, and they end up having to walk through muddy streets to get to school.
Definitely, I grew up here, and, for many, many decades, Tornillo has really needed sidewalks, and when this project came along, we were so excited that we were identified as one of the entities that was going to be receiving these sidewalks.
At the county, we've been extraordinarily blessed that we've been able to obtain funding for various projects for the community out here in Tornillo. The funding allowed us to provide a little over 3 miles worth of sidewalks here in Tornillo, and to focus in the areas that, for example, children travel the most. So I think we're going to have some folklorical dancers. The cheerleading team is going to be out here, and it's just really great to see the kids out here celebrating with us.
So now these sidewalks are now being connected to the schools. It has really put us as administrators at ease, because now we know that there's at least one area where our kids can be safe. Like I said, we could not have done this without the great partnerships from our county commissioner, and definitely TxDOT and everybody who's involved in these projects.
And so the county is doing all that we can to try to get as much funding as possible so that we can bring those services to the outer rural areas of the county. We don't think that any one neighborhood should have less accessibility to services than another neighborhood just because of where it's located.
Children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
today we celebrate one of my favorite projects, which is First Time Water. So thank you for coming and joining us for this wonderful event.
Well, this is, first time water, and you can imagine any first time anything, and I'm glad the community gets to see this because, we live very blessed, and sometimes some of the areas require some of the basic needs. So very excited about this, especially the network that it took with the county and Congresswoman Escobar, the Net Bank, everybody that participated, and to give people an opportunity to live the way they should live is just exciting.
1, 2, 3.
This is very exciting. This is really the first time that Hillcrest Center, which is a community about a half a mile from the city limits off of Montana, that is finally going to receive water. The plotting was approved, believe it or not, back by the court in 1950. So we're talking about 150 homes, 309 people that live out there. As we move forward, this is something that I've pushed for, that the folks out there receive as many of the amenities that they deserve.
I am so happy for all of the families who are finally going to, not today, but very soon be able to turn on their faucets and receive water. That is the dignity that each person in our country deserves, and I'm very proud that the Biden administration and Congress was able to deliver that.
That's the goal of the county. Our lane is accessibility to everything, transportation, health care, and of course water and sewage like everyone should have.
Well, today we're celebrating Earth Day, so we have lots of festivities, lots of activities for families, things for the children to do, and we also have completed a major tree planting project to bring some more shade and tree diversity here to Escarte Park.
And so we brought our families, we brought our co-workers. This event is amazing. There's a lot of local vendors, there's a lot of community attendance. It's fun.
So we want to create awareness and education for the community to continue to respect and care and great stewardship of the earth. We chose Escarte Park because we've recently done tree planting events in the past. There's definitely a need for an increase of vegetation here, and trees are the best way to provide shade and combat the urban heat island effect.
Well, we've got different crafts and activities, setting up the pavilions.
Go ahead, Cesar. Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. We're on item number 18, discuss and take appropriate action to enter into engagement agreements with certain outside counsel on HR investigations.
Thank you. Joanne?
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Joanne Bernal, El Paso County Attorney. We are asking for the court's approval today to enter into engagement agreements with two retired assistant county attorneys whose short-term tasks will be to assist the HR department in promptly concluding HR investigations to avoid incurring any liability on behalf of the county.
Thank you. Based on our discussion, I'd like to make that motion.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion
Thank you.
carries.
Thank you, Joanne.
Item number 19, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the county's ongoing response to the lifting of Title 42.
Thank you. Irene?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Commissioners, County Judge Irene Valenzuela with Community Services for the record. I just wanted to provide an overview of our migrant response efforts on behalf of the county. Over the last couple of weeks, we have seen an increase in family units being encountered and apprehended by our local Customs and Border Protection sector. They are an increasing population demographic in the detention facility, and because we know that family units cannot be detained for very long, they are being processed for either notice to appear later in their city of destination, or are being released conditionally on their own recognizance. And so the family units are traditionally, historically cared for and released to our NGO network in our community. And so we are seeing those resources strained here locally because of the increase of releases of family members. Our 3 shelters that we support, the Rescue Mission, the Sacred Heart Church, and the Opportunity Center Welcome Center, have been over capacity for the last 2 weeks, taking in walk-ins of family units from the timeouts from those shelters that are mostly sheltering families in our community. And they're also over capacity taking in walk-ins from CBP-1 releases that are being released from the port of entry as well. And so that, again, has strained some resources. Over the weekend, we partnered and collaborated with the Office of Emergency Management to manage that overflow of family members so that we are able to provide more shelter resources for them, and so that we avoid any family mothers and children on the streets. And so on Friday, the Office of Emergency Management mobilized and deployed overflow sheltering in hotels, and we at the Migrant Support Services Center took in family releases in addition to the single adult population that we receive daily. We also received family members into our Migrant Support Services Center, and we assisted them with travel coordination in connection with their sponsors. And so that worked very well, that collaboration. We were able to rely on those hotel shelters to shelter those family members that we could not coordinate for same-day exit out of our community, rather travel coordinate with them for exit either within the next couple of days or within this week. And so they're going to need minimum shelter to be able then to make their flight departure out of El Paso in later in this week. So I think if we continue to work like that with that overflow sheltering capacity, we'll be able to manage some of this family member shelter needs in our community, and we'd be able to give some relief to the 3 main shelters downtown who are really taking the burden of sheltering the migrant population in our community. Those 3 shelters do not receive direct releases from CBP, rather they're supporting the walk-in traffic that is coming into the downtown from migrant releases. And so relieving them with this overflow sheltering capacity being processed first at the MSSC, and then using the overflow sheltering that OEM is providing to be able to provide temporary shelter, then relieve some pressure to the 3 downtown shelters. To date, overall at the Migrant Support Services Center, again, total up to date, we've processed just under 41,000 migrants since we've been in operation, October of last year. And again, our throughput through that facility is we're still only requiring shelter under 2% of that population. And so we are continuing to be as effective as we can through the Migrant Support Services Center, attempting to really connect our asylum seekers to their families across the country, and getting them reunited to their final destination as quickly as possible. Again, to provide that shelter, decompression, and relief to our shelter system. I'm open to any questions you may have.
No, Irene, thank you very much. I mean, county has just taken such a great role on processing and coordination, but you're right, it was stressing our, rescue mission and the Opportunity Center, and so we're very glad that the city is stepping up and taking some of that burden off. And I think the public needs to know that if it weren't for this incredible coordination, we would see, just some challenges out in releases. So I thank you and the coordination, your team, and everything that's taking place to minimize the impact. a lot of false information out there from the cartels, and so there's movement based on misinformation, and so we're hoping that one way is trying to get that information accurately so that people don't make them, start moving in a direction thinking one thing and then something else happens. So once again, Irene, thank you for the update, and I'm sure the public really appreciates that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Caesar?
So we're taking no action on item number 19?
That's correct.
Thank you. And Judge, would you like to recess for the court's afternoon break?
Betsy, the two
Take some
gentlemen that
comments?
were here, from one of the, I don't know if it was from ESD 1 or 2, but they were notified that we're going to take a lunch break? Okay. Okay, we'll go ahead and do that.
Okay.
If we could be back at 1 o'clock?
I'm sorry, sir?
1 o'clock?
1 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank
Commissioners Court will recess and return at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Or religious beliefs. The earth is one thing we share in common. We all breathe the same air, we share the same water, so we can love and take care of the earth together.
So like many rural communities, here in Tornillo, most neighborhoods do not have sidewalks. And unfortunately, that can cause a safety hazard. So when kids are walking to school, they don't have sidewalks to walk on. If there's a heavy rain, there's no sidewalk for the kids to be able to walk through, and they end up having to walk through muddy streets to get to school.
Definitely, I grew up here. And, for many, many decades, Tornillo has really needed sidewalks. And when this project came along, we were so excited that we were identified as one of the entities that was going to be receiving these sidewalks.
At the county, we've been extraordinarily blessed that we've been able to obtain funding for various projects for the community out here in Tornillo. So the funding allowed us to provide a little over 3 miles worth of sidewalks here in Tornillo, and to focus in the areas that, for example, children travel the most. So I think we're going to have some folklorical dancers. The cheerleading team is going to be out here, and it's just really great to see the kids out here celebrating with us.
Yay! So now these sidewalks are now being connected to the schools. It has really put us as administrators at ease, because now we know that there's at least one area where our kids can be safe. Like I said, we could not have done this without the great partnerships from our county commissioner, and definitely TxDOT and everybody who's involved in these projects.
And so the county is doing all that we can to try to get as much funding as possible so that we can bring those services to the outer rural areas of the county. We don't think that any one neighborhood should have less accessibility to services than another neighborhood just because of where it's located.
children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Today we celebrate one of my favorite projects, which is First Time Water. So thank you for coming and joining us for this wonderful event.
Well, this is, first time water, and you can imagine any first time anything, and I'm glad the community gets to see this because, we live very blessed, and sometimes some of the areas require some of the basic needs. So very excited about this, especially the network that it took with the county and Congresswoman Escobar, the Net Bank, everybody that participated, and to give people an opportunity to live the way they should live is just exciting.
1, 2, 3.
This is very exciting. This is really the first time that Hillcrest Center, which is a community about a half a mile from the city limits off of Montana, that is finally going to receive water. The plotting was approved, believe it or not, back by the court in 1950. So we're talking about 150 homes, 309 people that live out there. As we move forward, this is something that I've pushed for, that the folks out there receive as many of the amenities that they deserve.
I am so happy for all of the families who are finally going to, not today, but very soon, be able to turn on their faucets and receive water. That is the dignity that each person in our country deserves, and I'm very proud that the Biden administration and Congress was able to deliver that.
That's the goal of the county. Our lane is accessibility to everything, transportation, health care, and of course water and sewage like everyone should have.
Well, today we're celebrating Earth Day, so we have lots of festivities, lots of activities for families, things for the children to do, and we also have completed a major tree planting project to bring some more shade and tree diversity here to Escalante Park.
And so we brought our families, we brought our co-workers. This event is amazing. There's a lot of local vendors, there's a lot of community attendance. It's fun.
So we want to create awareness and education for the community to continue to respect and care and great stewardship of the earth. We chose Escalante Park because we've recently done tree planting events in the past. There's definitely a need for an increase of vegetation here, and trees are the best way to provide shade and combat the urban heat island effect.
Well, we've got different crafts and activities, setting up the pavilion so that it's a fun place to go to. We have movies that represent what's going on to help protect the environment.
I would hope we are able to do this multiple years. This is fantastic. This is great for Mother Earth. It's great for the kids to come out and participate and learn about taking care of the planet and being sustainable.
It's a one day where I think we bring awareness to. We share something, no matter our political backgrounds or religious beliefs. The earth is one thing we share in common. We all breathe the same air, we share the same water, so we can love and take care of the earth together.
So like many rural communities, here in Tornillo, most neighborhoods do not have sidewalks. And unfortunately, that can cause a safety hazard. So when kids are walking to school, they don't have sidewalks to walk on. If there's a heavy rain, there's no sidewalk for the kids to be able to walk through, and they end up having to walk through muddy streets to get to school.
Definitely, I grew up here, and, for many, many decades, Tornillo has really needed sidewalks, and when this project came along, we were so excited that we were identified as one of the entities that was going to be receiving these sidewalks.
At the county, we've been extraordinarily blessed that we've been able to obtain funding for various projects for the community out here in Tornillo. So the funding allowed us to provide a little over 3 miles worth of sidewalks here in Tornillo, and to focus in the areas that, for example, children travel the most. So I think we're going to have some folklorical dancers. The cheerleading team is going to be out here, and it's just really great to see the kids out here celebrating with us.
So now these sidewalks are now being connected to the schools. It has really put us as administrators at ease, because now we know that there's at least one area where our kids can be safe. Like I said, we could not have done this without the great partnerships from our county commissioner, and definitely TxDOT and everybody who's involved in these projects.
And so the county is doing all that we can to try to get as much funding as possible so that we could bring those services to the outer rural areas of the county. We don't think that any one neighborhood should have less accessibility to services than another neighborhood just because of where it's located.
Children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Today we celebrate one of my favorite projects, which is First Time Water. So thank you for coming and joining us for this wonderful event.
Well, this is, first time water, and you can imagine any first time anything, and I'm glad the community gets to see this because, we live very blessed, and sometimes some of the areas require some of the basic needs. So very excited about this, especially the network that it took with the county and Congresswoman Escobar, the Net Bank, everybody that participated, and to give people an opportunity to live the way they should live is just exciting.
1, 2, 3.
This is very exciting. This is really the first time that Hillcrest Center, which is a community about a half a mile from the city limits off of Montana, that is finally going to receive water. The plotting was approved, believe it or not, back by the court in 1950. So we're talking about 150 homes, 309 people that live out there. As we move forward, this is something that I've pushed for, that the folks out there receive as many of the amenities that they deserve.
I am so happy for all of the families who are finally going to, not today, but very soon be able to turn on their faucets and receive water. That is the dignity that each person in our country deserves, and I'm very proud that the Biden administration and Congress was able to deliver that.
That's the goal of the county. Our lane is accessibility to everything, transportation, health care, and of course water and sewage like everyone should have.
Well, today we're celebrating Earth Day, so we have lots of festivities, lots of activities for families, things for the children to do, and we also have completed a major tree planting project to bring some more shade and tree diversity here to Escarte Park.
And so we brought our families, we brought our co-workers. This event is amazing. There's a lot of local vendors, there's a lot of community attendance. It's fun.
So we want to create awareness and education for the community to continue to respect and care and great stewardship of the earth. We chose Escarte Park because we've recently done tree planting events in the past. There's definitely a need for an increase of vegetation here, and trees are the best way to provide shade and combat the urban heat island effect.
Well, we've got over here, we've got different crafts and activities, setting up the pavilion so that it's a fun place to go to. We have movies that represent what's going on to help protect the environment.
I would hope we are able to do this multiple years. This is fantastic. This is great for Mother Earth. It's great for the kids to come out and participate and learn about taking care of the planet and being sustainable.
It's a one day where I think we bring awareness to, we share something no matter our political backgrounds or religious beliefs. The earth is one thing we share in common. We all breathe the same air, we share the same water, so we can love and take care of the earth together.
So like many rural communities, here in Tornillo, most neighborhoods do not have sidewalks. And unfortunately, that can cause a safety hazard. So when kids are walking to school, they don't have sidewalks to walk on. If there's a heavy rain, there's no sidewalk for the kids to be able to walk through, and they end up having to walk through muddy streets to get to school.
Definitely, I grew up here, and, for many, many decades, Tornillo has really needed sidewalks, and when this project came along, we were so excited that we were identified as one of the entities that was going to be receiving these sidewalks.
At the county, we've been extraordinarily blessed that we've been able to obtain funding for various projects for the community out here in Tornillo. So the funding allowed us to provide a little over 3 miles worth of sidewalks here in Tornillo, and to focus in the areas that, for example, children travel the most. So I think we're going to have some folklorical dancers. The cheerleading team is going to be out here, and it's just really great to see the kids out here celebrating with us.
So now these sidewalks are now being connected to the schools. It has really put us as administrators at ease, because now we know that there's at least one area where our kids can be safe. Like I said, we could not have done this without the great partnerships from our county commissioner, and definitely TxDOT and everybody who's involved in these projects.
And so the county is doing all that we can to try to get as much funding as possible so that we can bring those services to the outer rural areas of the county. We don't think that any one neighborhood should have less accessibility to services than another neighborhood just because of where it's located.
Children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
today we celebrate one of my favorite projects, which is First Time Water. So thank you for coming and joining us for this wonderful event.
Well, this is, first time water, and you can imagine any first time anything, and I'm glad the community gets to see this because, we live very blessed, and sometimes some of the areas require some of the basic needs. So very excited about this, especially the network that it took with the county and Congresswoman Escobar, the Net Bank, everybody that participated, and to give people an opportunity to live the way they should live is just exciting.
1, 2, 3.
This is very exciting. This is really the first time that Hillcrest Center, which is a community about a half a mile from the city limits off of Montana, that is finally going to receive water. The plotting was approved, believe it or not, back by the court in 1950. So we're talking about 150 homes, 309 people that live out there. As we move forward, this is something that I've pushed for, that the folks out there receive as many of the amenities that they deserve.
I am so happy for all of the families who are finally going to, not today, but very soon be able to turn on their faucets and receive water. That is the dignity that each person in our country deserves, and I'm very proud that the Biden administration and Congress was able to deliver that.
That's the goal of the county. Our lane is accessibility to everything, transportation, health care, and of course water and sewage like everyone should have.
Well, today we're celebrating Earth Day, so we have lots of festivities, lots of activities for families, things for the children to do, and we also have completed a major tree planting project to bring some more shade and tree diversity here to Escalante Park.
And so we brought our families, we brought our co-workers. This event is amazing. There's a lot of local vendors, there's a lot of community attendance. It's fun.
So we want to create awareness and education for the community to continue to respect and care and great stewardship of the earth. We chose Escalante Park because we've recently done tree planting events in the past. There's definitely a need for an increase of vegetation here, and trees are the best way to provide shade and combat the urban heat island effect.
Well, we've got different crafts and activities, setting up the pavilion so that it's a fun place to go to. We have movies that represent what's going on to help protect the environment.
I would hope we are able to do this multiple years. This is fantastic. This is great for Mother Earth. It's great for the kids to come out and participate and learn about taking care of the planet and being sustainable.
It's the one day where I think we bring awareness to. We share something, no matter our political backgrounds or religious beliefs. The earth is one thing we share in common. We all breathe the same air, we share the same water, so we can love and take care of the earth together.
So like many rural communities, here in Tornillo, most neighborhoods do not have sidewalks. And unfortunately, that can cause a safety hazard. So when kids are walking to school, they don't have sidewalks to walk on. If there's a heavy rain, there's no sidewalk for the kids to be able to walk through, and they end up having to walk through muddy streets to get to school.
Definitely, I grew up here, and, for many, many decades, Tornillo has really needed sidewalks, and when this project came along, we were so excited that we were identified as one of the entities that was going to be receiving these sidewalks.
At the county, we've been extraordinarily blessed that we've been able to obtain funding for various projects for the community out here in Tornillo. the funding allowed us to provide a little over 3 miles worth of sidewalks here in Tornillo, and to focus in the areas that, for example, children travel the most. So I think we're going to have some folklorical dancers. The cheerleading team is going to be out here, and it's just really great to see the kids out here celebrating with us.
So now these sidewalks are now being connected to the schools. It has really put us as administrators at ease, because now we know that there's at least one area where our kids can be safe. Like I said, we could not have done this without the great partnerships from our county commissioner, and definitely TxDOT and everybody who's involved in these projects.
And so the county is doing all that we can to try to get as much funding as possible so that we can bring those services to the outer rural areas of the county. We don't think that any one neighborhood should have less accessibility to services than another neighborhood just because of where it's located.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Today we celebrate one of my favorite projects, which is First Time Water. So thank you for coming and joining us for this wonderful event.
Well, this is, first time water, and you can imagine any first time anything, and I'm glad the community gets to see this because, we live very blessed, and sometimes some of the areas require some of the basic needs. So very excited about this, especially the network that it took with the county and Congresswoman Escobar, the Net Bank, everybody that participated, and to give people an opportunity to live the way they should live is just exciting.
1, 2, 3.
This is very exciting. This is really the first time that Hillcrest Center, which is a community about a half a mile from the city limits off of Montana, that is finally going to receive water. The plotting was approved, believe it or not, back by the court in 1950. So we're talking about 150 homes, 309 people that live out there. As we move forward, this is something that I've pushed for, that the folks out there receive as many of the amenities that they deserve.
I am so happy for all of the families who are finally going to, but not today, but very soon be able to turn on their faucets and receive water. That is the dignity that each person in our country deserves, and I'm very proud that the Biden administration and Congress was able to deliver that.
That's the goal of the county. Our lane is accessibility to everything, transportation, health care, and of course water and sewage like everyone should have.
Well, today we're celebrating Earth Day, so we have lots of festivities, lots of activities for families, things for the children to do, and we also have completed a major tree planting project to bring some more shade and tree diversity here to Escarte Park.
And so we brought our families, we brought our co-workers. This event is amazing. There's a lot of local vendors, there's a lot of community attendance. It's fun.
So we want to create awareness and education for the community to continue to respect and care and great stewardship of the earth. We chose Escarte Park because we've recently done tree planting events in the past. There's definitely a need for an increase of vegetation here, and trees are the best way to provide shade and combat the urban heat island effect.
Well, we've got different crafts and activities, setting up the pavilion so that it's a fun place to go to. We have movies that represent what's going on to help protect the environment.
I would hope we are able to do this multiple years. This is fantastic. This is great for Mother Earth. It's great for the kids to come out and participate and learn about taking care of the planet and being sustainable.
It's a one day where I think we bring awareness to. We share something, no matter our political backgrounds or religious beliefs. The earth is one thing we share in common. We all breathe the same air, we share the same water, so we can love and take care of the earth together.
So like many rural communities, here in Tornillo, most neighborhoods do not have sidewalks.
Commissioners' Court has reconvened into regular open session. It is 1:07 p.m. We are on item number 12 from Budget and Finance. Receive a presentation and discuss and take appropriate action on the fiscal year 2023-2024 budgets and property tax rates for Emergency Service Districts 1 and 2.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jessica Garza, Budget and Fiscal Policy Department. As we do every year, we invite the ESDs to come in and present their proposed budgets and tax rates to you all for your approval. So I'd first like to introduce Chief Menendez from ESD number 1 to begin.
Welcome, Chief.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioners, good afternoon. As mentioned, my name is Chris Menendez, Fire Chief for Paso County Emergency Services District number 1. To my right, I have our Administrator, Mrs. Catherine Ames. And this afternoon, we'll be presenting on the 23-24 budget for your approval. To start, to mention some of the highlights for the ESD, we hired 8 full-time operations personnel. They are going to be all paramedic. We are the few departments, the only department that is instituting the all paramedic program. They are currently enrolled in the class. It's a 9-month program that they have committed to as part of their employment with the ESD, and this is one of our paid staff. Next, staffing 2 stations with an increase of 4 firefighters. Last year we staffed them with 3, and this is both paid and career. This year we're upping the staffing to 4 for safety aspects in regards to firefighting. The ESD administrative building design we have started and almost completed. We hope to put it out to bid in the next couple months and start vertical construction sometime in January. And this building will include our headquarters, which will house our fire marshals, our administrative staff. It'll have a fleet services department with 4 bays and also include logistics. And lastly, the continued rapid growth within our territory, making us one of the fastest growing areas and departments in the county. And I have some images to display. Part of our 3 to 5 year strategic plan, we'd like to hire an additional 8 firefighters to staff what we will call B shift. The intent is to have 3 shifts, both A, B, and C. Currently, we have staffed A with 4 at each station. This year, if the budget is approved, we will staff an additional 8. Also, we have applied for a SAFER grant with the potential of hiring 8 more. If you're not familiar with the SAFER grant is a federal grant that would allow us to hire the 8, being the cost burden to be put on the federal government. At the first year, it's 100% first year, second year, 75%, third year, 50%, fourth year, 25%, and then thereafter, we assume full responsibility for the 8 additional. So there's a potential of hiring up to 16 to complement both B and C shift. As I mentioned, we're all paramedic operations staff. We have 6 in the class right now that are part of the paid staff and 2 volunteers that are attending. The program is 9 months in duration, so we expect them to graduate March of 2024 for completion. Pumper truck estimated delivery of 2024 to replace a 1998 pumper, and this is important because in the past we would order a truck and it would be here in about a year and a half. Now the average time is about 3 to 4 years depending on the complexity and depending on what type of apparatus you're purchasing. Aerials taking a little bit longer, pumpers a little bit less, but still we're looking at 3 to potentially 4 years for the trucks to come in. So when you see the apparatus on the budgets now, it doesn't mean we're going to receive them currently. It might be 2, 3, 4 years out, depending on when the order is placed. Station 3 design and construction as part of our 3 to 5 year plan. As you're well aware, our community is growing. You'll see some stats here in the next couple slides talking about increase in times, increase in distance, and the need for a 3rd station. The ESD administrative building to commence vertical construction on January 2024, as I mentioned. And then lastly, planning of our burn tower. Currently, we use a Paso Fire Department to go out and do our training. So what happens is it takes a lot of our personnel out of district. So in order to avoid that, we want to create or build our own burn tower, and so that we keep everybody in district in case something does happen, we're available and able to respond. Operations and construction permits this year, thus far we're at 1,105, projected to be at 1,473. And so with that, you can see the numbers are quite substantial for the district that we're serving. So what that means is there's strip malls that are being renovated or new construction that's happening within our area. And so those numbers continue to rise as the years come on. So in comparison to last year, we're at 1,289 total, again projected at 1,473. Talking about district growth, to put some images kind of so you can see. In 2021, we had 328 construction permits. In 2023, we're at 746 construction permits, and you can see the change within our community there, and it's still growing at a tremendous rate. And so our area has seen a lot of growth, both residential, commercial, and industrial. Some of the fire department highlights, we are at, currently have 49 EMTs, both in the paid and volunteer side, which is a great number, which makes up 74% of our membership on the department. We currently purchased a flashover prop to better illustrate fire behavior and show the firefighters that are starting to obtain their training and just new to the field on what fire behavior is and what fire does. We recently took delivery of our 107-foot aerial tiller to protect the community, and the intent of that unit was for to be able to carry equipment. A regular aerial only has about 234 cubic feet versus a tiller has about 560 cubic feet of space to house the specialized equipment. And then also maneuverability. Maneuverability in regards to the streets are getting narrower, traffic is getting heavier. The parking lots, the properties that we're serving are becoming more difficult to get into, and so the tiller allowed us to kind of get through all the gammas of what we respond to in our district. One of our biggest pushes this year was to get out into the community. We were trying to educate the kids, the adults, because education is prevention. And so we've seen a decrease in fires through education, and we're pushing really hard to get out to the schools. We're starting a library program at one of our fire stations where the kids can come and change out books and continue to read. And we have particular subjects at hand that we're starting to emphasize on. And so that is a new project that the firefighters themselves took on that they wanted to do to effectively help out the community and the neighborhood that they service in their area. And this is for station number 2. We held a firefighter academy where firefighters or new members that come in have no certification whatsoever. We held one, and we were able to certify 7 firefighters. And that helps them in multiple ways. One, it helps us, now they're certified firefighters, but also 2, to get a paid job, whether it be with us, with ESD 1, or a Paso Fire, or White Sands, or even ESD number 2. It doesn't matter, but we're always looking to improve our membership and our members that join our department. Staffing an additional volunteer unit to assist with increased call volume. So now that we have paid staff, we're considered a combination department. We're still utilizing the volunteers through the stipend program, which has been phenomenal and excellent. We've been using the stipend program now for about 8 years and has proven to be very beneficial. It has increased the morale, it has increased the membership, and so that has been instrumental in keeping our members. And so that is a program that we're continuing with. And then also to alleviate the call volume at station number 1, we're going to have during peak times the stipend crews staff those units along with the paid staff. And so that's going to help out tremendously. For County Search and Rescue, we had 11 SAR activations this year, 8 drone callouts, and that was mostly assisting law enforcement, whether it be Horizon PD or the Sheriff's Office. We did have some search and rescues in the desert area, locating people that were potentially lost within actually our district. We had 36 county SAR members on the team, encompassing the fire departments to include the Socorro Fire Department, West Valley Fire Department, Montana Vista Fire Department, Clint Fire Department, and Horizon Fire Department. Some of the law enforcement agencies we have also include the Sheriff's, Texas Parks and Wildlife, and then Horizon Police Department. Annex R was renewed. Annex R was reviewed by both ESD number 1 and ESD number 2. And as such, we were able to make some changes to it, and ultimately this is the annex that the search and rescue team follows for the county. 6-year call volume. Currently we're at 4,025 when this PowerPoint which was created, our projected is 4,848. In comparison to last year, we were at 4,379, and so there's an increase of about 469 calls, which encompasses about 10%. 2 years ago, we were a difference of 791, which is about 20% plus or minus. So what we're seeing here every year is an increase of about 10% in call volume. Fire breakdown is kind of how it's broken down in regards to some of the fires we've been responding to, from rubbish fires to brush fires. The big one is structure fires, 17%, which encompasses 27 structure fires of the total number. And so that number actually did go down from last year. Our trend model shows up, up, and up. There's no doubt about it. As our community grows, so does the call volume, so do the community awareness events that we hold. And so by 2033, 10 years from now, we're projected to be at 7,282. And we see no relief in this whatsoever. And so with that, we are looking at, like I mentioned, station number 3, potentially station number 4, and even 10 years from now, station number 5, based on the growth that we're seeing. We have reached out to Hunt Development, and they are expanding in our area. They have lots of plots of land that are going up, both residential and commercial, and as I mentioned before, also industrial. Alarm to arrival time, our numbers increased by 4 seconds. We contribute that to a couple things. One being the community is growing, so it's taking us longer to get door to door. So door-to-door response times have increased by 4 seconds. Another thing too is traffic. Traffic is very heavy right now in our area with the construction that's happening on 2 of our major thoroughfares that come in and out of Horizon City. We have seen quite a substantial increase with traffic and maneuvering through traffic. And so these numbers are attributed to that. So what that means to us is that as those numbers start to increase even more, we need to start looking at, again, station 3 and station number 4.
So the chief discussed what our district has done for the year, what our goals are, and where we're going. So now we're going to talk about the budget and how we're putting money to those projects. So this is our budget breakdown. Our number one cost is going towards payroll and salaries, which was the same as last year. Payroll and salaries also includes our stipend program, our paid staff, benefits, all of that. And so that one is 27% of our budget, or $3.3 million. The second highest, which was the same as last year, is our liability and interest. This is our loans for equipment and buildings. This is 24% of our budget, or 2.9%. The next portion is our capital improvements. As the chief says, we're growing, and so there's lots of different things that we're replacing, updating as new things come to light as far as medical equipment and fire equipment. We're doing our best to keep up with the industry trends on that. So our capital improvement is 19% of our budget, $2.3 million. The fourth one is professional services. This is 8% of our budget, $983,000. This is where we pay for, right now, our biggest portion is our architect fees for the new building. This also includes our medical director, all of the fees that we pay for any type of professional services. And then we also have insurances, which is 5% of our budget as well, at $593,000. And this is workers' comp, health insurance, life insurance, and those types of things. The next item would be our general expenses, which is 7% of our budget, $864,000. This is just kind of a catch-all for office supplies, uniforms, all those types of things that are for day-to-day operations. And then the next one is our collections and dispatch or radio usage fees. That's 3% of our budget, $333,000. And then we have 1% of our budget is between equipment and fire department supplies. Equipment being $162,000, and the fire department supplies being $193,000. And mostly this is, again, equipment, those types of things that they need for day-to-day operations. So to talk a little bit about our budget, the ESD number one's Board of Commissioners will be voting on this budget on Wednesday, August the 16th. Our proposed budget for this year is $12,316,055.09. This is an increase of $2,772,523 over last year's fiscal budget, which is a 29.05% increase. And so to break it down a little more into those categories and what those consist of. So for our general expense, this category did increase by $234,000 or 37%. This is due to our increased staffing with our paid firefighters for certifications, training. Also includes that paid paramedic program that the chief discussed. And then we've increased funding for community outreach programs for the upcoming year. And we're very excited to announce that next year is our 50th anniversary as an ESD. And so we are excited to celebrate with our community for their continued support. So we've added some to that as well. And of course, invitations to all. For the payroll and salaries, this category increased by $1.2 million or 62.91% change. And this is due to we're adding an additional administrative staff member. And then we're also adding those additional paid firefighters and officers that the chief had mentioned for next year. And then also with the additional volunteer truck staffing, we've added money for that as well for the stipend program. So the next section is insurances. This category did increase by $255,000 or 75.60% change. This is due to additional vehicles on our policy, some of changes to building policy coverages. Also, with the addition of our paid officers and firefighters and ESD staff, of course, it increases your workers' comp, your health insurance, and this year the ESD is doing, trying to be more proactive to provide our employees more health insurance coverage. We added an HRA card for our employees as well as additional coverage that the ESD pays for their health insurance. We also included an EAP program, which is an employee assistance program for our employees as well. Liability and interest, this category did increase by $110,000 or 3.9%, and this is based on the finance and purchase of a new pumper and brush truck. That loan will come financed in November for those two trucks that we'll be taking in November and next year. So for equipment, this item actually did decrease by $18,000 or 10.31%, and this is due to this the current year that we're in. They had purchased a lot of equipment to replace a lot of the aging equipment on the vehicles, so now we're just to the status quo, so that category decreased as they did a lot of good replacement programs. The next section is our repair and maintenance, and so this section is a little bit more of an increase, which is $335,000 or 119.94% change. And the biggest thing that we're finding is that our fleet is aging, and that's why we're purchasing more vehicles to do replacement, and our buildings as well. Our the Station 1 is about 10 years old, and Station 2, believe it or not, is about 4 or 5 years old. So as we start to see that, we have increased number of people coming in and out of our department. We're hosting more community events. You just have more and more wear and tear on vehicles and building and such. And then collection and dispatch radio usage fee, this category did decrease by $25,000 or 7.1%. This was due to an increase in our CAD fees, but a decrease in our dispatching fees. And then under professional services, this category did decrease by $574,000 or 36.8%. We did pay 50% of our architect fees for that headquarters building in our current budget, and therefore the category has seen a decrease. For our fire department supplies, this category increased by a whopping $641 or 0.33%. And again, this is just to maintain our programs that are already in place. So we come to our capital improvement, which this category did increase by $1.1 million or 99% change. And basically our capital improvement is to encompass firefighter safety programs, patient care equipment, and addition of fire apparatus and replacement equipment. We will accomplish this by adding or replacing radios and MCTs, medical and fire training equipment, and also replacing or adding additional PPE, which again is the the safety equipment that our firefighters wear. The new tools for our future fire apparatuses, and a lot of this comes with is the chief is very proactive in seeing what the standards are in the industry and making sure that our equipment is up to the standards that would best serve our community. In addition, we added additional funding in this category for the ESD headquarters equipment and construction contingency. So as we are finalizing those plans, we now have seen that there's building costs, I think, as you guys have probably recognized as well, is fluctuating. So we're adding some money to accommodate that, and then also the equipment for that new building. So this does bring me to our last page, which is our budget recap. So the ESD is proposing a tax rate of 10 cents, as you all know, is the cap that emergency services districts can go to in the state of Texas, which is the same as our current budget year. So the budget year we're in right now, we're at 10 cents, and we're proposing the same tax rate. This would include an INS tax rate of 0.047326 and an M&O tax rate of 0.052674. And so just to give you an idea of where the money is coming from, so our property tax collection is projected to be $6,115,686. We are rolling forward sales tax collection over what we had anticipated we were going to receive in our current year of $1,637,425. And then from this year's sales tax collection that we're projecting, $4,562,944, giving us that total budget of $12,316,055.09, which is an increase of 29.05%. So this year, what we did do is we also added some additional funding to our reserve budget balance. For our reserve account, we had not increased it over the past several years, so our reserve balance was only at $1.1 million. So as our budget has increased, we found we need to have that reserve. So we are putting in our reserve at $2,655,000, which is still only 21.56% of our operating budget. And again, our budget rationale for the tax rate and for the amount is the purchase of new apparatus, construction of new ESD headquarters, and paid firefighters, and the increase in repair and maintenance costs. I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have about our budget.
Any questions? Anything that... It seems quite a challenge as you're growing and trying to keep up with that. It's just... we don't want that gap to get bigger, right? That you're not able to catch up with the growth. So
For sure.
looks
I think
like you're projecting that.
our saving grace really for our ESD has been the sales tax. Without the sales tax, it would have been quite a struggle. So we are very grateful that our community is very supportive of our fire district, and that they saw the need, and so the funding has tremendously helped our district in accomplishing those goals and objectives that we really wanted to have, that we had, and also, again, to continue to provide quality service to our community.
Betsy, any comments from you this time?
No, sir.
No? Jessica, anyone?
And I think that the photos that you showed in the slide, where you look at what that area looked like just even 5 years ago, it's almost unrecognizable. I mean, and that growth is going to continue. It's not going to stop anytime soon.
No questions? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you for your
Commissioners.
time.
Judge, I did explain, we did talk about that we
Yes.
will, if there's any feedback or questions, the court will give it today. They'll take it back to their boards and have them adopted this week, the budget's adopted this week, and then we'll put it on your agenda next week for formal approval.
Okay. When are you meeting with your...
Our meeting is Wednesday. We're having a public hearing because we are effectively raising the taxes, and then we'll set the budget and the tax rate on Wednesday.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Judge, Commissioners, at this time, I would like to turn it over to Chief Esparza and ESD number 2.
Thank you. Welcome, Chief.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Roger Esparza, Fire Chief for El Paso County, ESD number 2. Since we have a new commissioner, I'm going to read the beginning of our presentation. That El Paso County ESD number 2 was established in 1987. It roughly covers 500 square miles of the county, servicing Canutillo, Anthony, Fabens, Montana Vista, San Isario, Socorro, Tornillo, and Vinton, and any other parts of the unincorporated areas that lie within ESD number 2's jurisdiction. A couple of highlights for ESD number 2 is that we have a new building for Montana Vista Station 1, which we did do the grand opening a couple of weeks ago. We did a kitchen remodel for West Valley Station, purchased a new pumper for the San Isario Fire Station, purchased a new tanker for the Montana Vista Fire Rescue, launching the ESD2 Training Academy, which we had a great success with that. We had the first 6 cadets graduate, and also the arrival of one other command post provided by El Paso County Commissioners Court, so you can see on the photo. We're also currently working on completing these other projects, taking the space for the much-needed second Socorro Fire Station, purchase of the 2 quints that we purchased, one for West Valley and one for Socorro, that should be arriving here January, February of next year. Working on the architectural design for Fabens Fire Stations, which we've just awarded the contract, and establishing a stipend program for our volunteers. Our growth, our new businesses are under construction. As you can see, we have a lot of warehouses growing up, self-storages, car washes, growing in our area. The ESD2 has 6 fire marshals, or the ability to have 6 fire marshals. 520 inspections were conducted in 2022. 379 permits were issued in 2022-23. 54 structure fire investigations, 13 arson investigations, and 1 arrest. Response times per calendar year, as you can see, we've gone from 742 to 740. We have a 2-second time difference, which is good for us. In some years, we had a little bit of more of a time difference, going up to 8 minutes, 11 seconds response time. So we're doing pretty good on response times. 911 call overview. In 2022, we had 10,566 calls. I'm sorry, 2018, we had 8,550. And then in 2022, we went up to 10,566. We're currently sitting at 5,933 for the year.
That's calendar year, not fiscal year, correct?
That's calendar year. We had 31 vehicle fires, 112 brush fires, 77 rubbish fires, and 54 structure fires for the 22-23 year. Medical breakdown, we've gone from rescue and emergency from 7,861, hazardous conditions 244, service calls 601, good intent calls 1,142, false alarms to 189, migrant-related calls 63, severe weather 10, and special incident type 182.
Good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mariana Navarrete, District Administrator for ESD number 2. And we are here again a year later to present our 23-24 budget. And here, the board will be approving and adopting the budget and the tax rate tomorrow, Tuesday, August 15th at 6 p.m. Okay? And our budget is, they will be adopting a budget of $10 million. Okay, so I'll go over the breakdown right now. Our budget consists more of our salaries, pensions, and payroll at 28%, $2.5 million. Our liability and interest, which is our debt, at 22%, $2 million. This includes the approved aerial trucks that we just purchased last month, our board approved, and this includes that payment for this next current fiscal year to come, 23-24. This year, we will be incorporating a stipend program for our volunteers, and that is at 11%, $1 million. Our professional services is at 10%, $941,000. Our insurance services is at 9%, $809,000. This includes our medical, all of our workers' comp, our auto insurances. Our general expenses at 4% at $339,000. Our building and vehicle equipment repair and maintenance at 3% at $322,000. Our capital improvements is 3% at $251,000. Our fuel, 2%, $202,000. Our FD supplies, fire, medical, and office is at 1%, $145,000. Our PPE and uniforms are at 4%, $343,000. Our training and certifications at 1%, $92,000. Our furniture and equipment is at 1%, $77,000. And our dues and subscriptions, 1% at $73,000. The dues does pay our yearly dues, our yearly fire services system that we use to record our calls. Okay, can you go next? So as I mentioned, our board will be adopting our budget and the tax rate tomorrow and adopting a budget of $10 million for the 23-24 fiscal year. This is an increase of $175,000, 1.77% over the current fiscal year. As I mentioned, our salaries take 28% of our budget. This category increased by $184,000, an 8% change. A small pay step increase has been budgeted for all of our administration and our firefighting staff. Also included in this cost is our payroll taxes and pension. Liability and interest, this category increased by $211,000, an 11% change. This increase is due to a loan purchase of 2 Pierce aerial trucks in this current year. And October 1st, beginning, Commissioners and Judge, we are incorporating a stipend program for our volunteers. This will be effective October 1st, and the cost for this program is $1,040,000. This will be beneficial to our volunteers starting October 1st. Professional services, this category increased by $8,372, a 1% change. This includes our auditing services, our human resource services that they provide for us, consultants. Insurances, this category increased by $120,000, a 16% change. The costs in this category are based on the proposed cost provided by our insurances. This is including, like I mentioned, our workers' comp and our medical. General expenses, this category increased by $6,410, a 2% change. Building, vehicle, equipment repair and maintenance, this category decreased by $90,000, a 22% change. This did decrease because we do have an in-house mechanic and our maintenance staff who do an amazing job in keeping our buildings up to date and our vehicles up to date. Capital improvements, this category decreased by $1.6 million, an 87% change. This year, in capital improvements, we will be having improvements to West Valley Fire Department, which will be consisting of their interior paint, ceramic tile, partition wall, and conference room, and electrical floor outlets. Also, we will be including improvements for Montana Vista Fire Department. We did have the grand opening for the first section of the station, the new brand station, but the second section of the kitchen and the bathroom will be remodeled. Fuel, this category decreased by $38,000, a 16% change. FD supplies, fire, medical, and office, this category decreased by $65,000, a 31% change. PPE and uniforms, this category increased by $196,000, a 133% change. This increase is due to the replacement of obsolete personal protective equipment for our firefighting staff and our volunteers. Training and certifications, this category decreased by $730, a 1% change. Also, dues and subscription, a decrease of $200, a 1% change. Furniture and equipment, this category decreased by $10,000, a 12% change. Quick budget recap. So our board, again, as I mentioned, will be approving our $10,076,256 budget, a 1.77% increase from this current fiscal year. This includes our property tax of estimation of $4.9 million and sales tax revenue of $4.9 as well. The proposed tax rate for tomorrow's meeting is the no new revenue tax rate at 0.086457, which consists of the INS tax rate of 0.033414 and the maintenance and operating tax rate of 0.053043. Our reserve balance amount being estimated for the end of this fiscal year is at $5.9 million. And our budget rationale is the purchase of the two new Pierce aerial trucks, implementation of a new stipend program for the volunteers, and increases in salaries. Any questions, Judge or Commissioners?
What's the percentage of the reserve balance, that 5 million?
Did I not include that in
What percentage
there?
is that of the?
I think it's at a 48%. I can double check and get back to Jessica.
Close to 50%.
Yeah, I think it's,
I've got a question, maybe it's more for Betsy, but, or I guess y'all can speak to your tax rate. When it comes to the property tax and the sales taxes that are assessed by the ESDs, Jessica, who pays those? I just want the public to understand who,
Sales tax?
both sales tax and the property tax. So I understand that the property tax is paid for by folks that live within the district. Is it the same for the sales tax, or is that different?
It's the same for the sales tax. It
Okay.
excludes the area that's covered by ESD number 1.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that that's clear for the public. Yeah, thanks.
Questions, Commissioners?
Questions, Commissioner?
I was just going to say, that do you compare the two, like, percentages of, because I think it would help us, maybe not this time, but next time, that we see sort of like a comparison, like the percentage of personnel, and so I think having that comparison, I think it'd help us a little bit to understand, and then if there's a discrepancy, we can ask the question, like, why are you paying 27% personnel and the other one might be paying 30%, and I don't know if you do that, but it would help, I know it would help me sort of just understand the two.
We can certainly do that. I know that both districts, while similar in their
They have
in their
different
payroll
circumstances.
structures, they do differ a little bit. A lot of it because ESD 2 is mainly like more rural, and so it's a little harder for them to have kind of the same salary structure that, say, ESD 1 has.
I know there'd be different circumstances, but
certainly do
it would catch some of the nuances between the two of them.
Is this the first time that y'all offer a stipend?
This is the first time we will be offering a stipend. Getting harder and harder to retain volunteers, so that's why we're trying to incentivize the program a little bit.
And what's the level? Is it every volunteer gets the same stipend, or if you've been a volunteer for longer, you get
No,
more or less, or how does it
no.
work?
Actually, there's going to be two different plans. Of course, we're budgeting for the worst-case scenario. If you're a fully certified medic and firefighter, you're going to get $80 for about an 8-hour shift, versus if you're only one, either medic or a firefighter, you're only going to receive 60. And if you're none, we're going to train you to be one of those so that you can receive that.
And do you all do the training academies by yourselves, or do the ESDs actually have the same training academy?
No, we have separate. Okay. So it's a little bit, just to answer the judge's question, we're a little separate. We really have about 150 volunteers within our district compared to 48 that they have, so the budgets are going to be way big a discrepancy.
That makes sense.
Thank
Any
you.
questions? Any questions? No. Thank you, Chief. Thank
Thank
you. Caesar.
Okay, we'll take no action on item number 12. Item number 13, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the El Paso County Hospital District fiscal year 2024 proposed operating and capital budget and proposed tax rate. We'd like to request this item be deleted. Could we have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 14, discuss and take appropriate action regarding a presentation on unfunded mandates and actions staff has taken to publicly advertise this information.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jessica Garza, Interim Director of Budget and Fiscal Policy. This is our unfunded mandate presentation as requested by Commissioner Stout at the last meeting. So what are unfunded mandates? Unfunded mandates are responsibilities and duties to perform or provide services or activities required of local governments by state law without compensation equal to the cost to provide or perform those duties or services. Some of those responsibilities and services are depicted here and include indigent defense, jail inmate health care, collection services of state fees, implementing security for elections, and cybersecurity, to name a few. I went too fast, did I? Sorry. That was the hard one. There we go. An example of the cost of unfunded mandates is shown here from a 2017 survey done by various county and municipal organizations. We typically allocate a large portion of our budget toward the maintenance and operation of the county jail and jail annex. The jail standards are set by the state, and the county jail is inspected at least annually to ensure that the facilities meet the minimum standards. Additionally, we are charged for providing medical care to all inmates, including specialty and emergency room care, prescriptions, mental health evaluations, and care, not only for incarcerated adults, but for juveniles as well. Counties are also required to fund community supervision and corrections departments, personnel, facilities, equipment, and utilities to monitor court orders for defendants. In El Paso County, the cost to provide these services in fiscal year 2024 are approximately $242,452,329, or 54% of the annual general fund proposed budget. While there are some revenues received to offset these costs, they do not reimburse the county for 100% of the cost associated. Unfunded mandates impact almost every county department. The largest area of unfunded mandates can be found in maintenance and repair of our two detention facilities, followed by prosecution and the courts. At the bottom, you can see the total of the $242.4 million for mandatory services and programs, or 54% of our budgets. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
I'm wondering, are those things that we can only challenge from a legislative standpoint, or are there things from a legal that we could continue to challenge? Or, I mean, is there anything that we do to challenge and not just sort of accept that they're unfunded mandates? Could you talk a little bit so the public can understand?
Yes, Judge, of course. So with any legislation, yes, the court has multiple options. The first one being, of course, during session with the lobbying efforts that you all do on behalf of the county. And the second one, this example isn't about an unfunded mandate, but just an example, the HB 2127, also known as the Death Star Bill. There's cities that are getting involved in litigation to protest the lawfulness of some sort of law. So I know that's not the perfect example. I can't think of a mandate, but usually those are the two options that cities and counties take with regard to legislation that's passed.
Mm-hmm.
And Judge,
Betsy?
that's part of our continued work. The survey that Jessica showed from TAC, the CUC, this is something like continually we're identifying the areas where there's gaps. There's also been actual litigation filed where the state has either preempted or put something on us without the funding, or that our counterparts, I think it's really, this is another reason why I think it's important that the county is active in those organizations, because we're able, I think, if we're going to make progress against the state on some of these issues, it's going to take the collective group of counties working together and advocating, with our local delegation as much as we can across the state with our counterparts. But I think that Texas Association of Counties, the Conference of Urban Counties, they have been good partners. And then each of our organizations, I know you all have like the county judge and commissioners organizations. There's like the district clerks, the county clerks, there's sheriff's officers associations, groups that could work together to try to advocate for the state to fund more of its cost. And that's some of the feedback we received when I was debriefing with our lobbyist team, is that maybe we should look at asking for more funding for some of these for these and other initiatives as well.
Yeah, I was asking because, a lot of constituents ask, first of all, most of them don't know that we have, and I thank Commissioner Stout, because I don't think they realize, if you could see that, how much we pay for unfunded mandates. And so, but the other side of the question is, what do we do to, not just accept them, but to, address them or try to, protest these mandates? So, the reason for the question.
Thank you for the presentation. I think it's really important for the public to understand what we're dealing with, because every time the legislature gets together, they talk about trying to reduce taxes and trying to reduce the burden upon taxpayers. And though, for example, this year they're doing something when it comes to the school taxes. If you look at the chart, can you pull up the chart where it shows the difference between last year and this year? So there's at least looks like $4 million in difference, maybe, or
yes,
about $4 million more this year than last year. When it comes to the unfunded mandates, and the difference between this year and 2022 is $30,000. $30 million more. That's $30 million is like at least 4 cents on our tax rate, probably, right? We generate $6 or $7 million with each penny.
Yep.
So, that's at least 4 pennies on our tax rate that the state legislature, our state delegation, I want the media in the back to listen to this because this is really important. The state legislature and sometimes even our own delegation vote in favor of some of these unfunded mandates. And, if the difference between our tax rate has pretty much stayed the same over the last 2 to 3 years, even though we've had to see close to $30 million more in unfunded mandates, they're not helping. When it comes to what taxpayers are put on the hook for. I'd also like to break down what this means for each individual taxpayer. So if your house is valued at the average of 200 and I don't know what the average is this year, but if it's a $200,000 value, then the state is forcing us to charge you this much, each individual household. And I think that will open a lot of eyes. I actually thought that the number was higher because I know in past years we've gone and testified at the legislature, and maybe the number's higher when it's not just like this is just unfunded mandates on our general fund, but there may be other things that we have to pay for through other avenues. But either way, more than half of what we assess to property owners in this community, we are forced to do so by the state legislature. So we are not the demons and the villains and the bad people that they try to make us out to be when they go and talk about having to cap our revenue a couple of years ago, we had the fight when it came to revenue caps, and really it was just very negative comments about local taxing entities and how they basically compared us to common thieves going into people's houses and stealing money from them. Even members of our own delegation bought into some of this, and not all of them, but I think this is eye-opening information that we need to continue to put out there and make sure that the public understands. We are doing our best to try to take care of not just the needs of our community, but the needs that apparently the state sees that our community has as well. So I don't know if we can, as part of the advertisement that we're going to do, if we can also quantify that for each taxpayer. The average household or the average homeowner has to pay to, for these. In my opinion, this is just a state tax that's disguised by the fact that we are the ones that have to assess that tax.
Thank you, Commissioner. The advertisement actually ran yesterday, along with our tax rate notice.
Okay.
But we'll keep that in mind in our
Next time.
messaging as we're doing, I believe we're meeting with the media tomorrow, so we'll make sure to keep that in mind with our messaging then.
Great. Yes, Commissioner Coronado?
Thank you, Judge. And thank you, Commissioner Stout, for putting this agenda and requesting this information. One other example is that we haven't even looked at is just recently, the law is going into effect on the Central Appraisal District. We now have 3 elected positions on that board, and we're required to fund it, and it wasn't in the budget for this coming year. And to the tune of $500,000 to be shared by all the taxing entities in our county. Okay, just a small example of how they keep chipping away at requiring us. But one of the big things that really and I think we as an organization need to focus on next year is the Medicaid expansion. And so I think for this coming year, we ought to really refine our scope of how much we actually actively lobby for and refine to some areas that are really maybe prime for us to really have some wins on. And really concentrate our efforts on some of those things. And that Medicaid expansion is like between $6 and $10 billion per year to the state, and has an economic impact on our entire state of approximately $100 billion. Okay? I can't think of any other area that is more prime for us to really lobby against, that we don't just have our county, but many other counties. And I think where Commissioner Stout sits on the Council of Urban Counties, an excellent avenue for us to try and work with them to see if we can lobby for some of these changes. And it's time that we start being a little more active in some of those areas.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other questions?
Not at this time. Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you.
No action on item 14. Item number 15, discuss and take appropriate action on the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget for the El Paso County.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Betsy Keller, County Administrator. We're really pleased to present the first compilation of our FY 2024 budget for your consideration. The vision and guidance the court has been providing to us over the past year by sharing your thoughts and your priorities through strategic planning, the policy actions you have taken, and the decisions and direction you have been providing through your meetings have helped us to develop a budget that both continues your work of fiscal responsibility while moving towards our vision of accessibility and an extraordinary quality of life for all through our unique heritage, diverse economy, and unified regional leadership. So over these past several months, our team has presented, actually, can you go back a slide? So our team has presented various fiscal updates, policy issues, and information to receive guidance on various matters and to prepare the court for this fiscal year 2024 budget. And while it's been exceptionally challenging this year because of economic uncertainty, some changes in our federal inmate population, and because of timing for knowing fund balance and knowing revenue projections, what actual revenue will be coming in at, it is always a good feeling to be at this point today where we're ready to start working on our FY 2024 budget for final adoption. So this is the culmination of months of work by our team based on your leadership. And I just want to take a second to thank Edward Dion, Barbara Parker, Melissa Carrillo, Jessica Garza, Minnie Olguin, and especially our budget, auditor, and HR staff. This budget is also significant in that when final, it will be the last budget we adopt under the leadership and advice of Edward Dion. So I want to take a second and say, Edward, thank you for over 40 years of public service, trust, and leadership. While the budget is a plan to help move us toward the future, when we bring back your final budget for adoption, we always spend a lot of time going over, and we spend quite a bit of time going over what we've accomplished through your budget the past year. And the reason why I think that's extremely critical, and I appreciate the court allowing us to do that, is the budget is not just a finance tool. It's truly a critical part of meeting our strategic expectations and delivering services to our community. Next slide. So based on your past direction, you'll see here the different meeting dates and hearings that we've been having all year long. And based on your past direction to bring budget-related matters to you throughout the year and incorporate your feedback and present a more strategic and streamlined budget, I also want to mention some of the significant items we've discussed with the court over these past several months. What used to take us several days, we'd try to cram it all into August, which by then it was too late to make a lot of the changes that the court wanted. We have now been doing over several months, and we begin the budget process almost like the day after you all adopt, we begin the process for the next year. So you'll see we started back in February. Of course, even before that, you were receiving financial updates. But in February, we did the fiscal and fund balance. We've been preparing our court and our organization constantly. And again, this creates more efficiency and more collaboration for the court, for our staff, and especially our departments and the others that are impacted by changes adopted through the budget. Our team has presented on things like health and dental plan design, our fiscal outlook with our retirement plan. We've updated on staffing requests, employee salaries, elected official pay. We've discussed several user fees, clerk fees, public works fees, parks fees, sheriffs and constable fees. The court has worked on, heard about, and wrapped up several matters and provided feedback or direction on the draft strategic plan that the budget supports, as well as our capital improvement budget. You all have worked on debt and INS, moving some things from the M&O, health and dental plan, life insurance, liability insurance, recruitment trends, staffing requests and changes, and the van pool program, we've discussed that. Tuition assistance, administrative accountability policy, multiple revenue projections and fund balance projections. I want to go back just a second on administrative accountability policy. Kudos to our elected officials this year. We did not have any administrative accountability policy issues that were taken into consideration during budget, and that's really thanks to our elected officials, and they're working with HR and working with our county attorney's office. But you've received several revenue projections, fund balance projections, and of course, any significant changes that the court has given us throughout the year. These are all things that we've taken time to incorporate throughout all of these different meetings that the court has been having. And this slide does not specifically reference by date the enormous amount of policy decisions and actions the court has made throughout the year. Believe it or not, we have been paying attention all the time you provide direction in the preparation of budget on things such as Water Development Board flood program fund projects, equipping and staffing law enforcement, forming a women's commission, increasing jurors' pay, investing in veterans activities, supporting grant applications and their matches for water, wastewater, community policing, parks, and other projects, working on economic development through 381s and other projects, stormwater equipment, continuing to expand the digital library, continuing historic preservation, improving animal welfare, continuing to enhance technology, operating senior nutrition programs, water system management, fractionalized lots, municipal IDs, humane and safe migrant processing, and more. And just for the record, I ask our team to look at this every year. Over this past year, the court has taken action on over 2,170 items through your agenda. And all of those are things that we take into consideration and watch closely for how they will impact ongoing budget. So we thank you for your strategic leadership and support. I especially, but I think I can speak for all of us, you make us proud to be part of the county family. I think we're progressive and we're moving forward, and your leadership is what we have to thank for that. I also want to take a minute to thank our team of department heads, elected officials, and county employees who operate in a fiscally responsible manner, but they're always serving our community with heart and trying to find how can we do more within our means. So on that note, we're eager to present and discuss the FY 2024 proposed budget. And I do want to note that while you will not act on the tax rate today, there are some initiatives we're proposing to be held for possible transfer to reserves if the funding is not available, which I'm not as optimistic this year. But things like capital, new positions, and step increases, we're going to recommend that those be held until we see where our revenue and fund balance ends. But this will allow the county to ensure it meets an 8% reserve when books close in December. And if we exceed the 8%, we'll bring these items back for your final action to implement. And if we do not, then we will need to use these funds and forego these projects for this year in order to meet an 8% reserve. I'm going to turn it over to Barbara Parker, who's going to get us started with revenue projections. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Barbara Parker, First Assistant County Auditor. This presentation will provide you with a summary of the County Auditor revenue projections for fiscal years 23 and fiscal year 24. Next slide, please. I'll be covering the FY23 budget versus actual projections, comparative actuals for FY22 and projected FY23, projected FY23 actuals versus FY24 estimates, and the general fund balance projections for FY23. Next slide, please. Overall, the budgeted funds depict a projected net positive variance of approximately $4 million. For FY23, the general fund revenues are currently projected to be at $354 million or $300,000 over budget, and special revenues are projected at $42 million or $2.5 million over budget. Next slide, please. This slide shows the variances in the revenue categories for FY23 comparison to budget. Unfavorable variances are in red and favorable variances are in black. Overall, the unfavorable variances are $11.4 million in 4 revenue categories, and favorable variances are $11.7 million in 8 categories. This gives us a net favorable variance of $301,000. The top favorable revenue categories include interest at $9.3 million, other financing sources of $861,000, sales tax of $678,000. This is $761,000 of auto sales tax, which is offset by $84,000 of regular sales and use tax. Mixed beverage tax is $423,000. And fines and forfeitures are $124,000. The significant unfavorable categories include charges for services of $10.7 million, which is mostly due to $11 million of federal prisoner revenues. And county clerk had $811,000 and county tax collector had $699,000 of favorable differences. The fees were offset by park fees, gate fees, youth sports, and green fees. Intergovernmental was $458,000, and miscellaneous was only $216,000. Next slide, please. This slide presents a high-level overview of special revenue funds, which are typically dedicated funds that can only be spent if they're available. The unfavorable variances are mainly due to transfers in from various officials or from contracts, which may or may not materialize and that vary from year to year. An example of that is election service contracts for non-county elections with other agencies, state forfeiture fund transfers, etc. There's a net favorable variance of $2.5 million comparing the budget to the projected actuals for FY23. The favorable variances include $4 million, and that's intergovernmental of $3.1 million, mainly from elections non-county, interest of $695,000. Unfavorable variances were $1.5 million, charges for services were $1.2 million, which is primarily $384,000 for transportation fees, $283,000 for records archive fees, $193,000 for extra auto registration fees, and $184,000 for records management preservation fees. Other financing sources were $178,000. Next slide, please. This shows the actual comparison of fiscal year 22 versus fiscal year 23 actuals. This is actual numbers through July, and then the rest of the fiscal year projected. General fund has an expected revenue net growth potential of approximately $14.2 million, and details are discussed on the following slides. Next slide, please. Major projected actual variances between fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23 include favorable variances of $20.2 million, primarily related to interest of $10.5 million. This is due to the Federal Reserve increasing interest rates and also ARPA funds interest accruing to the general fund, but we expect this is going to decline as the ARPA funds are expended. Sales and use tax is $4.6 million. Ad valorem property taxes are $3.1 million. The 2022 tax rate and new values added to the existing tax rolls were used, and the new tax revenue for properties added to the tax rolls netted with refunds. Mixed beverage was $386,000, and other financing sources were $936,000. This is primarily due to the transfers for health and life. Unfavorable variances are $6 million, and these are net changes, and they're primarily due to charges for services, which was $5.5 million. There was $5.8 million federal prisoner revenue that was offset with district clerk fees, sheriff fees, and reproductive care services. Intergovernmental was $444,000. Next slide, please. Major changes for comparison of actual year to include favorable variances of $8.7 million, which are primarily due to other financing sources, $5.3 million. These were transfers in of $3.5 million, and transfers to the county tourist promotion from Coliseum Tourist Promotion, and $1.8 million transfer into the Road and Bridge Fund from the general fund for road paving. Intergovernmental was $2.3 million, which was $813,000 of the opioid settlement, and $1.4 million for elections non-county. Interest was $784,000. Unfavorable variances netted $754,000, and those are due primarily to charges for services of $428,000. This is $207,000 for record archive fees and $303,000 for records management preservation. Fines and forfeitures of $230,000. This is mostly tied to case volume, which is impacted due to the reduced filings. And then miscellaneous was only $97,000, which is due to donations and unclassified revenues. Next slide, please. This slide shows the fiscal year 23 projected actuals versus 24 projected budget. General fund shows an increase of almost $1.5 million. The deduction in the debt service is due to tax notes for 2022 and the bill refunding 2017 being partially paid in FY23. Details for the general fund and special revenues are on the following slides. Next slide, please. General fund revenue estimate comparison for fiscal year 23 actuals versus fiscal year 24 estimate by category shows that there are unfavorable variances of $6.2 million, primarily due to interest of $1.4 million, intergovernmental of $936,000, and charges for services of $3 million. The interest is decreasing because we're anticipating a spend down of the ARPA funds. Intergovernmental is mainly due to a discontinuation of the county attorney UMC reimbursement arrangement. And charges for services is mainly due to the federal prisoner decrease. Favorable changes were $7.6 million, and they're primarily due to property taxes ad valorem. The tax assessor calculated the no new revenue tax rate at the end of July 2023. The preliminary assessment depicts $1.3 billion in new taxable value to be added to the tax rolls, or approximately $4.4 million as projected by the county auditor. Sales tax of $3.1 million. This is $2.9 million from sales and use taxes and $159,000 for the auto sales tax. And currently, the excess sales and use tax is projected at approximately $2.5 million. And this is approximated as the expenditures due to the debt service funds can't be determined definitively until the final sales tax payment is received in early December of 2023. And this is based on the Texas Comptroller's guidance. Although positive sales and use tax revenue trends continue, we're seeing single-digit growth, and as opposed to the double-digit growth we saw last year. And this is going to be closely monitored related to FY23 and FY24 projections. The first decline we experienced was in June of 2023. Next slide, please. Special revenues comparison of fiscal year 23 projected actuals and fiscal year 24 estimates show a net $3.8 million decline in revenues. The favorable variances net to $1.2 million. This is due to charges for services of $718,000. This is because of transportation fees, extra auto registration fees, records archive fees, as well as various other small increases. And fines and forfeitures are favorable of $231,000. Hotel motel tax is $197,000. Unfavorable variances totaled $5 million. This is due to other financing sources. Intergovernmental of $2 million, $1.1 million for elections non-county, and $814,000 for the opioid settlement, which we're not budgeting in 2024 due to the funds being budgeted when they're certified. Interest of $529,000, and those are reductions due to the spend down in principal. Next slide, please. Coming back to the big picture for general fund, revenue and expenditure projections have been based on data through July 2023 and projections through 9/30/2023. Updates have been developed in collaboration with budget and fiscal policy. Ending general fund balance here is consistent with the monthly financial update for July 2023 and depicts a projected end of FY23 fund balance of approximately $101.7 million. The fund balance is subject to change and could move up or down depending upon future revenue or expenditure impact. Next slide, please. As of July 2023, data discussed on the prior slide, projections have been provided to budget and fiscal policy, which include general fund revenues of $353.7 million and expenditures of $367.8 million for a projected general fund balance of approximately $101.7 million, which is rounded to $102 million on this slide. Due to the unknown variables in future years, it's not advisable to put too much reliance on the financial trend beyond 2024, as revenue streams may take time to recover, and also because of future legislative efforts that could affect our counties. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm open to answer any questions you may have.
I have a question. Commissioner? Yes. So it's my understanding that at your best projection now, our deficit in the fund balance for this year is going to be about 14-15 million?
Not in fund balance, but I think in meeting our reserve goal.
The reserves?
It's going to be, well, their auditors is actually projecting, I think, a $21 million deficit. Is that correct, Joanne? I mean, sorry,
No,
Jessica.
it's 14.1 million. If we took only the revenues for this year and the expenses for this year, we would be in the red by 14.1 million. So yes, we're using part of our fund balance.
So
But that leaves us with a remaining fund balance of 101.7 because we had 116 at the end of last year.
But with our projected expenses, the fund balance, and this, Jessica's going to go over this in more detail during her presentation.
Okay. All right. I'll wait. Questions?
Any other questions?
We do not at this time. Thank you.
Then I will turn it over to Jessica.
Thank you. Jessica.
Thank you, Barbara. I will actually turn it over to Human Resources for the next section of our presentation.
There we go. Okay. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Berenice Acosta with the Human Resources Department. For the record, today we're prepared to present our final action items, which include the county's medical and dental plan design. Thank you. Property and liability insurance premiums, staffing considerations, COLAs, step increases, elected official salaries, and first on our agenda is our medical and dental plan design and liability insurance premiums, which I will be going over. Thank you. Let's see. Okay. Before you are the recommended continuations and changes to the county's medical and dental plan as presented to you during the special meeting in March, regular meeting in June, and special meeting in July. The continuations, which are the first row as listed before you, include the 3 network plans, current tier system, medical premium discount incentives, wellness budget and wellness coordinator position, and no change in premiums for the dental plan. Under the changes, which are the bottom row, and we've included the impact for each, include keeping the increase to the county contribution and employee premium contribution at 2%, continue reimbursements to the general fund for past infusions, decrease premiums for ACO and UMC network plans, increase of county HSA contribution from $600 to $1,200, decrease dependent tier premiums, including the family tier. These goals will have a total net budget impact of $1 million for fiscal year 24. This does conclude my portion of the presentation. I'll now hand it over to Elsie West.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commission. I think I'm going to stand up there. I think this is going in and out. I talk loud, but I think I still need a mic. Number 2.
The next portion is the liability. But before we do the liability, we do have a breakdown of the budget net impact, which are the changes that we described in the previous slide. If you can go on to the next slide. Lastly, we have the liability insurance coverage estimated premium for fiscal year 24, which are consistent with what staff presented during the July special meeting. The property insurance does represent the largest percentage increase in premiums at 50%. This is due to the high number of property damage claims made throughout the country and an increase in the overall property insurance market. We did want to note that we are still analyzing the cyber insurance and we have yet acquired it, but we are asking to budget this amount for the projected premium. The total cost is $594,161, which represent a $183,549 budget increase for fiscal year '24. Now I'll hand it over to Elsie.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Elsie West from Human Resources. So each year during the months leading up to budget, our office presents on various information that aims at getting feedback from the court and preparation for critical budget decisions. In May and July, we presented that information and some options. That being said, we would like to now share information that we've been working on as we look at the fiscal year 2024 budget. Most of these have already been added to the budget projections, and the slide will represent the cost for FY24 if implemented. This graph represents a picture of Tier 1A through 1C FY24 staffing changes. The impact to start new positions with an effective date of January and all other requests with an effective date of October is about $4 million. The impact of 4.7 on this slide is for a full year impact. At this time, we are recommending a plan for funding of 4.7 to support the Tier 1A through 1C new position request. The new position request would be brought back at a later time for final approval once reserves are met. $2 million has already been included in the FY24 budget projections. The additional 2.7 would be allocated after the year closes. Each year, our office monitors the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers to better track our economic conditions. It's been the position of the court to use the index at the end of June as a gauge for cost of living adjustments for employees when finances allow. The CPIU at the end of June was 3%. At this time, the recommendation is a 4.75% COLA effective in October to help us reach the goal of the $15 an hour. This would be a more aggressive approach to reaching the $15 an hour minimum wage target. The 4.75% COLA would help support the overall market increase and bring in more qualified applicants. And by presenting the increase in this fashion, the court would also be supporting an increase to our minimum wage via the adjusted scales due to the COLA. If these were our final numbers, the minimum wage would increase from $13.74 to $14.39 without wage compression. Commissioners, at this time, we would like to postpone the discussion on the pay for the deputy constables. As you may recall, in 2020, the constables provided a proposal regarding having their deputies receive increases similar to the sheriff deputies. We will be pulling the agenda minutes, meeting with stakeholders, and reviewing other backup from 2020. We will prepare this information for your review later. The collective bargaining agreement percentages are set according to an agreement which is currently in negotiations. The total impact of 11.8 includes the COLA and the step increases according to each of the pay scales listed. Keep in mind the constable pay scale will be brought back at a later time. The $10 million has been included in the, no, I'm sorry, I don't think it's $10 million, it's $6 million, right? That's been in the projections. Yeah, I apologize. There's a correction to that. It's $6 million, not $10 million. Yes, sir. That's correct, right, Jessica? $6 million in the projections. Yes, okay. So we are working to identify the additional funds needed for a step increase in January with budget, and we'll return later with a plan for the step increases. At this time, I'd like to move on to salary information for elected officials. Judge Commissioners, we have presented the initial staffing request. In May and June, we presented the elected official salary for thought. In the next slide, we will be discussing the impact of the elected official salaries. The elected officials listed on this slide have pay guided by a statute or a tiered supplement. Our recommendation is to continue statutory compliance. The district attorney's salary is guided by a statute or a tiered supplement. The recommendation is to maintain the county's portion of the salary to a minimum compliance.
I'm sorry, before we move on, so then which of the two would it be? The one that's being recommended?
The amount that he's currently being paid is, the county's salary is $58,104, and the state supplements that, pays that at $140.
Okay, so it's the 198,104 figure?
Yes, ma'am, and that's going to be fine for this, like a first-term DA, any first-term DA, but when you get into, if a DA hits a second term, that's going to create an issue that we're going to have to address as we get into that second term, because if we continue to pay an amount above that maximum, the state will lower its portion. So rather than the state lower its portion, the county would generally lower its portion of the supplement.
Thank you.
This slide summarizes the elected officials' current salaries in comparison to the base salaries of the 9 most populous Texas counties, minus Harris County. In addition, it shows the internal wage compression within the offices of our county elected officials. This is the percentage between the elected and the next highest paid employee in the department. In prior years, approved pay increases have been given to keep elected officials' salary at a minimum of 80% of other county averages, and have also kept the internal compression to a minimum. Salary increases to elected officials similar to the amounts given to the employees are recommended to help avoid compression and provide cost of living stability. The county judge and county commissioners lag behind the 80%, and recommendation would be to align the commissioners to the district clerks, county clerks, and tax assessor pay, and to increase the county judge salary in the same percentage as the commissioners. Lastly, the recommendation is to include a 4.75% COLA for elected officials displayed. As discussed in the July presentation, a 1% flat rate increase to county retirees equates to a budget impact of $585,000. This has been included in the FY24 budget projections. That concludes my slides. Do you have any questions? At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Jessica.
Thank you, Elsie. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. For the record, Jessica Garza, Interim Director of Budget and Fiscal Policy, along with Francisco Rios, Interim Assistant Director of Budget and Fiscal Policy. Several of these initial slides are recaps from your July 20th presentation, and you will see any changes from the printing of your requested book, including our county auditor's most recent projections in red. I'd like to turn the presentation over to Mr. Francisco Rios to start us off.
Thank you, Jessica. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Francisco Rios, Interim Assistant Director of Budget and Fiscal Policy. This slide is a summary of the fiscal year 24 budget as presented in your budget books. The total all funds budget presented totals $564.4 million. The appropriated unallocated reserves is based on revenue and fund balance estimates as of June, less proposed expenses. By fund, you will see that general fund makes up 80% of the total budget. The general fund covers the main portion of our day-to-day operations and totals over $452.9 million. The special revenue funds make up 11% of the budget, are for those fees that are statutorily set and may only be used for a specific purpose. The debt service account is where we cover and make our bond and loan payments from, and it makes up 5.87% of the total budget. The capital project funds, which includes the 2 cents from the maintenance and operations, makes up 1.85%. The amount of $10.5 million is a placeholder amount based on preliminary taxable values. And lastly, the enterprise fund for our water and sewer programs is just under 1% of the budget. As a reminder, we don't include grants in our budget calculations. We follow the same practice of budgeting reserves in all funds at 90%. This will allow us to address any unanticipated emergencies should they arise during the year. Our preliminary numbers estimate reserves at $18.4 million, and our goal of 10% is $39.4 million. With the most recent update, reserves are $21.6 million, and our 10% goal is $33.5 million. As we move closer to budget adoption, there will be some changes to the totals as we continue to receive information from departments and updated revenue and expenses from our county auditor, which may affect our estimated reserve amount. Later in the presentation, you will see changes to the budget that we have received over the last month. This slide provides an overview of our total budget by major categories, total general fund budget by major categories, which are personnel, operating, and capital. This graph shows at FY22 actuals, the current FY23 budget, and the proposed FY23 budget for all funds. You will notice that personnel costs increased from FY23, and operating costs have slightly increased as well. The capital amounts shown include the annual capital expense budgets and actuals within the departments. Annual CIP for FY24 has not yet been calculated as a transfer out from operating. This will decrease the operating column and increase capital funds. We will provide additional information on the recommended FY24 CIP amounts in a later slide. Based on changes since your budget book was compiled, the FY24 amounts are as follows. Personnel is $296.6 million, operating is $152.8 million, and capital is $5.2 million. This chart provides you with an overview of the FY23 adopted budget and the FY24 preliminary anticipated revenues as of June 30th in the general fund, along with a reconciliation of the budget and remaining funds available. Looking at the FY23 adopted budget column, our preliminary fund balance calculations, just below expenditures, total $23 million, 6.08% for reserves. Our estimated fund balance a year ago was $92.76 million. The next column provides you with an update to the FY23 adopted budget with the actuals beginning fund balance which was $115.8 million and a reserve amount of 11.55%, which was within our 10 to 15% target as set during hearings. Moving to the next column, which is the information your budget book is based on, our beginning balance or our estimated fund balance is $96.1 million or $4.7 million more than the FY23 estimated. Our preliminary emergency 90% reserve is estimated at approximately $14.6 million, and our 10% unappropriated reserve is $1.6 million. This amount is approximately 3.72% of the total FY24 expenditures for reserves, lower than the reserve percent for the FY23 budget. Our preference is to finish the FY24 budget with at least 8% in reserves, a little below the 10 to 15% goal adopted by the court. 3.72% is a cautious area for a reserve position for the upcoming fiscal year based on historical fund balance actuals. The fourth column includes budget estimates of fund balance and revenues based on the historical average variance we've discussed in earlier meetings. These variances increase the fund balance estimate by $4 million and revenues by 2.25%. The last column provides the most recent auditor estimates for month ending June. These updated estimates project an increase to reserves slightly less than 1%, still significantly less than our 10 to 15% goal. With the estimates given by the auditor today, our reserve estimate is 4.96%, which is still a cautious area for reserves. We also expect additional expenses from the general fund to be reimbursed by FEMA and ARPA, which will contribute to the final fund balance amount. We also know that the $9 million from the Economic Impact Fund will most likely not be spent, and our average annual savings due to vacancies is about 5%. These factors could increase fund balance by about $12 million, and salary savings average $9 million. Although we could see fund balance increase, it is best practice to budget from a conservative base in order to not over budget and to ensure sufficient revenue for reserves should there be a downturn in the economy.
I'm sorry, can you just repeat those numbers really quickly again? It was the, I think, 9 million approximately in salary savings? Is that what I heard?
Of course.
Yeah, just those few numbers.
Of course. So typically, we also, so $9 million from the Economic Impact Fund is what will more than likely not be spent this year. And then in addition to that, salary savings typically average $9 million as well.
And Frank, does Edward Dion take those into his projections?
I don't know if that's included in his latest estimate. It is on our list of expenses that we sent to him. Barbara, are you on, Barbara?
Go back one slide, please. So when you see that county auditor projection where he talks about beginning balance, he takes in account some of those expenses, if not all of them. He may not recognize all of them, but it includes some of those actually where he talks about expenditures is where he projects that we won't spend all of our budget, including some of those areas.
Yeah, because I know at the last monthly report that we had on July 24th, we had only expended about 61% of the budget when 75% of the fiscal year had already expired. So he's already taking, do we know if he's taking all of that into account or how he calculates that?
So some of these expenses he will not calculate until he does the final certification of revenue and fund balance.
Which
Just in
happens-
case there's any last minute purchases. Something could come up between now and the time he certifies that we would utilize economic impact fund for. So I don't think that one's included in his estimate, but I believe, I think 2 months ago, he started including the salary savings. So that a portion of that may be included in there.
Okay, and then I think there was also reimbursements from FEMA and ARPA that you had mentioned. What were those amounts?
Yes. So last year, we submitted a reimbursement request to FEMA of just over $4 million. And we're in the final steps of providing all the documentation that they've requested of the county and UMC in order to reimburse those $4 million. And then.
So some of those expenses were UMC related? So even if
They're jail.
We paid
They're
UMC.
ours.
Oh, so the 4 million.
It's our,
okay.
yeah, it's what
Okay.
we've paid to UMC for healthcare at the jails.
But we, the county, will get it back.
We will get back. And
We
then
might
there-
not get the full amount. We might get was it presented, so FEMA might not give us 100% of that amount.
Right, so we've asked for 75% to be given to us right away while we finalize the details of the documents. So we might see maybe 3 million come in FY '24, and then the remaining million come in later. They're moving very, very slow with these.
But we do expect
But we
the
do
entire
expect
4
it.
million eventually.
We do expect the entire 4 million. And then under ARPA, we're looking at expenses that may be eligible that we've paid out of the general fund. And I think that, again, going back to some of the expenses at the jail that are COVID-related, that are not being covered by FEMA, we may be able to recover maybe another $500,000 to $1.5 million in expenses.
Okay.
And so we're still working with the auditor and our grants department to identify those expenses so that we can reimburse the general fund for that.
Thank you.
As we covered in our July budget hearings, some of the main factors driving next year's budget are carryovers from FY '23 and proposed FY '24 impacts, which include wage adjustments, positions and benefits, in addition to contractual increases based on CPI. Most of these impacts are included in the FY '24 budget book. We have included new positions in the amount of $2 million for your FY '24 budget. However, we are working to try to get to $4.7 million to cover Tier 1A through 1C, new positions needed. Finally, depending on how the reserves close out this calendar year, we would like to add a step increase in the amount of $3.5 million in early 2024. This slide provides you with the past 5 years' actual ending revenue. The average annual variance is 2.26%. In FY '23, we are still shy of the budgeted revenues due to a few unusual factors. We do not expect the total actual revenues to be below the budget when the fiscal year closes. In applying the average variance to the FY '24 projection, this variance could contribute another $8 to $9 million in revenue. As noted earlier, the county auditor's updated revenue projection for year-end FY23 is $353.7 million, and for FY24 is $355.2 million. We expect to receive certified revenues from the auditor prior to the adoption in September. Revenue from property taxes is our largest source of income for the general fund. It makes up 60% of our general fund revenues. Last week, you heard an update from CAD on valuations, methodology, and expectations for next year and how it will impact future year budgets. The chart illustrates the changes in property values during and after the budget adoption process. The last two columns show the percentage change in valuation from certified to actual and the change from the prior year. This slide provides the certified values provided to us on July 28th. In the last 5 years, the change in values from certified to actual has grown an average of 2.23%, and the average change in taxable value from the prior year is 4.28%, excluding FY23. If the average change is certified to actual values hold, we could see values billed in October rise by $2 billion higher, approximating an additional $9 million in revenue. The $9 million is based on our current tax rate. At the voter approval rate, this amount could be $10.5 million. Comparing certified to current 2022 values, the change is $6.8 billion, but as noted on the prior slide, values certified may differ from values actually billed. This is a reasoning behind comparing the new certified value to the current 2022 tax roll value, so not to overestimate new revenue to be gained. New construction is usually in the range of $750 million. Last year, new construction was $1.3 billion. This year's new construction amount is $1.4 billion. Our revenue estimates on slide 33 included the estimates for the average increase to certified values and the average increase over prior year.
I'm sorry, Frank, before you move on. So our slide where we estimate what FY24 will look like already includes that potential increase in revenue between now and when the certified values are billed. So this slide here where budget does its estimate, the column that says FY24 budget estimate, they've taken that into account. So that's what we're projecting would help us get closer to the 8%.
Thank you. This slide illustrates the fund balance and revenue estimate Mr. Dion provided us with for July 20th presentation, and updated in red are the most recent estimates received. To review, the estimated revenue and fund balance provided total resources to be budgeted of $458.7 million has decreased to $456.8 million, $355.2 million for revenue, and $101.6 million for fund balance. Our general fund budget of $438 million is pending changes of a reduction of $3 million. On July 20th, we presented that the difference to achieve a 10% reserve is $23.3 million. With the pending changes, that difference has decreased to $21.9 million. Our office continues to review current departmental budgets and anticipated spending through the end of the fiscal year, and we will continue to collaborate with the county auditor so that he may provide the most accurate fund balance possible and revenues for consideration of the budget adoption. At this point, I'd like to hand it over to Jessica Garza.
Thank you, Frank. As mentioned on previous slides, our 2023 certified values increased by just over $6.8 billion, or 13% over the current 2022 property values. Home values in the county have risen from $166,861 to $182,259, which is an increase of 9%. The no new revenue tax rate is 0.401692, and if we were to maintain the current tax rate of 0.426289, you can see in the second column that we could generate an additional $14.7 million over the no new revenue tax rate. In the next column, the voter approval rate could generate an additional $34 million over the no new revenue tax rate. Despite how the reserves close at the end of the year, a voter approval rate would help us achieve the funds necessary to approve the Tier 1A to 1C new positions, to meet our capital needs gaps, to approve step increases, and to meet our fund balance goals once our FY24 year begins. The proposed voter approval tax rate was published on August 13th. Your tax rate required hearing will be held on August 21st at 5:30 p.m., and the adoption of the tax rate is scheduled for August 28th. Just a reminder, we will need 4 of you to be here in person. This slide provides a summary of additional revenues based on our current tax rate, the no new revenue tax rate, and the voter approval tax rate. The voter approval rate is the highest rate adoptable without an election. This slide also shows the impact to the homeowner. Based on new values, the average homeowner will see an increase of $20.81 to their tax bill at the no new revenue rate, $44.83 at the current rate, and $104.25 at the proposed voter approval rate. The $5.6 million on the no new revenue line is new construction added to the tax roll that we discussed in an earlier slide. This chart provides an illustration of how an average homeowner tax dollar is divided up among entities, by year, by percent, and by rate. This tax rate chart is based on the current tax rates, as we don't have the adopted rates for the entities shown at this time. The county's tax rate made up 14.4% of the average homeowner's total tax bill. This slide provides a comparison of our tax rate since 2018. In 2020, the increase was to fund strategic investments, many of which remain and are enhanced annually in the budget. The FY23 adopted no new revenue rate decreased our rate by just over 9%. The 2024 no new revenue rate would decrease our rate by another 6%. The voter approval rate would put us almost equal to our tax rate in 2018. These next 2 slides provide some insight to material changes in our budget using a review criteria of greater than $50,000 and 10%. The change to the county attorney UMC legal account is due to the cancellation of the contract with UMC for legal support from the county attorney. The change to community services is due to the transfer in from the Economic Impact Fund, which increased their budget, and the transfer out of those same funds once the FEMA funds were secured for migrant support. Elections shows an increase due to statutory use of funds and increases to contracts for equipment. The increase to information technology is due to the new division for public safety and the transferring of cost from the sheriff to ITD for radios and MCTs. The purchasing print shop is a new division within the purchasing department. Budget amounts from purchasing were moved to this new budget. Other increases are due to an increase in cost of supplies or materials. Many of the changes listed on this slide are to match accounts. The DA DIMS match amount was moved to the DA contracted services account. Some match amounts are showing 0, as the FY24 grants have not yet been awarded.
I'm sorry, before we go on, so then it's not that the DIMS project match is simply going away, it's just being moved to another category?
Just being moved to another. But when we pull the report up, it shows like it's changed. The emergency management account was reduced in FY24 as the FY23 amount included funding for multiple years which have been paid. The decrease to the Sheriff Law Enforcement is due to the transferring of expenses to the new ITD Public Safety Division, and the change to flood control is due to expenses being funded through a tax note or a CO. Changes in economic development are due to changes in 381 payments, and the larger line is the funding.
Excuse me, thank you.
Is the funding transfer from community services back to the Economic Impact Fund that we borrowed for migrant support until the FEMA funds were awarded. The next 2 slides will provide a review of our capital fund request for FY24. The annual CIP call for projects received 250 requests, totaling $101.7 million.
Excuse me, thank you.
The Capital Planning and Development Department will be utilizing their methodology to score and rank the eligible requests received of 201 requests totaling $20.7 million. The estimated FY24 CIP allocation at this time is $12 million plus interest in the amount of $1.6 million, for a total of $13.6 million for new, replacement, and ongoing CIP request. The total estimated unmet need from the eligible request received is $9.7 million, or 47% of the request. The next few slides will provide you with an overview of the remaining funds in the county budget. Special revenues are titled as such because the revenue generated in these funds may only be used for specific or special purpose as authorized by statute. Staff has worked with each office on their budgets for each account, and all are balanced from the revenue and fund balances that are certified by the county auditor. Thereafter, if any funds are remaining after their budget is balanced, then in accordance with our current financial policy, 90% of the remaining estimate is budgeted as an operating contingency. As with previous change slides, these slides recap increases to the accounts by a review criteria of 50,000 and 5%. Special revenue funds make up 11% of our total budget. The more notable changes on this slide are to the county and district clerks RMP departments and to tourist promotion department. Notable on this slide is the increase to the economic development, did I change it? And the share of state forfeiture accounts. Other account changes appear large due to transfers of funds that take place after the budget is adopted. This concludes the general fund, capital, and special revenue section. The next portion will cover an overview of other agencies whose budgets are set by boards and whose budgets and/or requests are subsequently considered by the court and included in our budget.
Jessica, I'm sorry. Before we move on to the other agencies, I just want to make sure I understand, because I was looking at the slides, and these were very helpful, the departments with changes, less than the 10% and 50,000, but I still don't, I feel like I still don't understand. Like, for example, under the general government, looking at these slides, the two biggest changes, the two biggest increases were the elections department and the ITD, and this is slide 30 that I'm looking at. So those were the two biggest changes, and I understand the need for those changes. But when you look at the budget book, it looks like really the difference between the FY23 amended and the FY24 requested is like 36 million in the general government category, if you look at the book. So I'm just wondering what the rest of those increases are.
So departments have multiple department budgets within them. What page were you looking at on the book?
The very first summary one, page 4. So you see how it says general government, it's about 222,619, and then the FY24 requested is about 36 million more. And I know that there's been changes to the budget book since we got them, but I'm still trying to figure out kind of why there was such an increase. Same thing with the match. If you look at the match in that same section, it was a decrease of about 18 million, and a lot of them are listed here, but not anywhere near the 18 million.
On match? So you're talking about from the 27.6 million to the 9.2 million? Okay. So remember, there's a lot of figures that we don't include in this version of the book. We know we have some match amounts that we're going to need to add in before we get to the final adopted. The $500,000 that came out for the DIMS is part of that, but you're right, it's not complete all of it. As we're receiving notifications from the state that awards will increase, then that amount will start to go up.
Okay, so that amount is going to change, the 9 million.
Right, so the amended adopted budget between now and by the time you adopt, that number will increase probably another few million.
Okay, good. Okay, so that's good about the match. But then what do you think is the cause of or what's the difference with the general government from what we have here, the FY23 amended, and then the FY24 requested. Like I said, I noticed, of course, elections and ITD, those were the two biggest ones that I saw, but I didn't see any other really, really big ones that would lead to that difference, that $36 million.
That's where you put your,
That's where we put, that's our general and administrative account. That's where we put the holding place for all other funds until the court decides, yes, we're going to move them.
but the big change too is your reserve also
The
is in there.
reserve is in there.
The reserve is in there. Okay,
So in that 100 million, there's 23 million from last year.
okay.
And so we're, in that 136, it's
So-
kind of all thrown in there like a big pot until we get through the adoption process, and then it breaks up a
Okay.
little bit more. But it is growing considerably, because the percent of increase for salaries and wages that we've estimated is in there. Some of the new positions is in there. There's some other items that will come to you all later as far as transitioning ARPA positions. The CLEAT negotiation amount is still sitting in there, and so it's just, right now, it's just kind of a big
And we don't move
holding
it.
place.
There's a few reasons why we don't move it. One, we don't know what the actual amount to move will be for some of these cases. And in certain cases, once you move it, you can't take it back during the year. And so, like, if you move it to an elected official's budget, you cannot easily take it back. So we hold it, and then once the department looks and evaluates what was the actual impact for these different policy issues, then they move the money into the department budget for that year. That's why you'll see, I think the one today, the budget adjustment today, and you'll see bigger budget adjustments right now, because we're doing all those moves from the general government account or general admin account into department budgets based on what they actually needed.
Okay.
And so you'll see them, like, during the year, when Mr. Dion presents, or in the future, Ms. Parker presents, as revised budget amounts. And so they're the one-time transfers we do into the departments. So it doesn't become a part of their regular annual budget. So that they go up when we make those transfers in, and then once it's been expended, then their budget comes back down.
Okay. Okay, all right, I get it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, going back to the county agencies, the JPD, purchasing, and county auditor are three county entities whose budgets are approved by other boards and are presented on this slide. Each of their budgets have been approved by their respective boards at this time. The JPD budget has a combined FY 2024 budget of $27.4 million, of which $21.6 million is requested from the county general fund. This is an increase of $1.8 million, or 9.4%, from the FY23 adopted. The difference of $5.7 million will be appropriated through other sources of funding, such as funds that they receive from the state and other grants that they apply for. The Juvenile Board approved their budget on August 2nd, 2023. The purchasing budget includes all operational amounts approved by the boards in the amount of $2.3 million, with the exception of a few operational and utility accounts. This budget increased by $288,258, which is mainly in salary and fringe. The purchasing board's budget supports their vision to improve efficiencies in the mailroom and print shop. The Council of Judges met on July 27th and approved the county auditor's requested budget of $8.1 million. The increases from these three departments to the general fund is $2,654,752. This is a list of upcoming scheduled events and meetings related to the tax rate and budget adoption. As discussed, we will be receiving the certified revenue and fund balance from the auditor after August 28th. We will continue to work with the county auditor, departments, and county administration through our budget adoption. In closing, we will have to hold the line on significant future budgetary growth, as it will be necessary to maintain and achieve our goal of alignment in the near future, along with growing our revenue base to simultaneously achieve a reserve replenishment to our target range of 10 to 15%. This is crucial as it will allow us to withstand any future fiscal challenges that may arise. At this time, we know that once again, we will require the use of a large portion of our reserves to meet the growing needs of the county. We will continue to work with our departments and county administration toward achieving our reserve goal. This concludes the presentation. At this time, we do have a few action items that we're asking the court for today. But before we get to that part, I'd like to share the tax impacts based on the two different tax rate scenarios. If the current tax rate was adopted, it would provide the additional $14.7 million in new revenue, which could be used to fund our capital projects. If the voter approval tax rate was adopted, it would provide an additional $34.4 million in new revenue, which could be used to fund our capital projects as well as our critical new positions, the step increases, and help us reach our fund balance goal of 8%. The first set of items on this slide are already included in the budget. The second set of items at the bottom of the slide are not included in the budget and will be considered later in the fiscal year if either the no new revenue or current tax rate are adopted. We do not know if we will be able to afford these items, and funding them will be contingent on how our reserve close out in December. In closing, I'd like to once again thank the county departments for their collaboration and county administration for their guidance. I would also like to thank our county auditor, Mr. Dion, and his team for their collaboration and guidance, and the HR department for all their hard work and collaboration to meet the staffing needs of the departments. I would especially like to thank and recognize the budget and grants team for their work in working with their respective departments and funds. Despite the challenges of the last year, they have remained steadfast in compiling a budget that continues to maintain the delivery of services while continuing to fund strategic investments. At this time, we welcome discussion and are available to answer your questions.
Jessica, can you go back one slide?
Yeah.
So Judge, Commissioners, I want to emphasize again, you're not adopting your tax rate today. The items that we're asking for action on today in the top portion, these items, we're asking that they be included in the final budget. The bottom, the items on the bottom, we have set aside a portion of this funding, not all of it, in the proposed budget. But if there were sufficient, and it might not take us until December, when we see where we end up and we have better idea on what our fund balance is going to be, we might be able to come back and say earlier some of these things would be acted upon. It will also depend, but as you go into your policy decision about tax rate, it's important you know these things. Mm-hmm. So these are the things that are maybes that we'd like to fund, but if we're able to. So it all depends on what the court's policy decisions are. We're going to work with whatever you all decide, but we may not be able to do all of the three bottom items if things don't turn out with better outcomes. Even right now, as Jessica showed, we have just under a 5% reserve projection. That's the auditor's projection. If that holds true, we definitely, the money we have set aside, which is not the full amount for some of these things, we would need to pull and move over to that reserve because we need to maintain at least an 8% fund balance for our bond rating to hold good interest rates into the future for any future debt. And so that's why I would say the top items, the majority, as a matter of fact, with certain things going on, I think we have funding to do all of the top items. We're still identifying possibly about a $400,000 or $600,000 gap, but I think we've identified some sources. If we don't do anything else, those are the items we want to act on for sure today, because we also need to advertise elected official wages, and we have to have a grievance period,
And then we have to bring it back for the court for final action before you finally adopt the budget. And so to meet all the statutory timelines, we need action on those items today. And again, those items are included in the proposed budget. I believe we had COLA in at 4%, but we've identified some other salary savings that we think will help offset the 0.75%, which gets you halfway to your $15 minimum wage.
So Betsy, when you say that you believe that we have enough in the current budget to cover the top portion of the slide that we're looking at, and then the bottom portion is, of course, if we have the funding, we can do that later. But this top portion where you believe we have enough the way it is in the budget right now, that's assuming the no new revenue tax rate?
That's actually, yes, yes, it does. That's the no new revenue rate. But that does still bring us down to a 5%, less than a 5% reserve.
4.96 is, I think, what it was,
Based
right?
on
Right.
Edward's projection at the last calculation.
But we believe that that amount is very likely going to go up for the different things that we talked about, right?
I think
the
it will
salary
go up
savings
some.
and the-
It won't go all the way up to the 8%. I think even when we kind of did a rough estimate, I think the best we got out of it was maybe like just below a 7.5.
Okay, pretty close. Okay. And then these, what is it, maybe 6 or 7 items that you would like us to act upon today, are we going to take those up individually? Is that what we're going to start doing now?
However you would prefer, we could ask if there's, if you'd like to do them individually,
I
we can.
would, yes.
Okay. So whenever you all are ready, we can present motions for your consideration on each of those.
I
Yes,
have
sir?
a question, Judge.
Yes, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, are you done, Commissioner?
Yes, I'm done. I'm done. Thank you, Commissioner.
Betsy, what is our policy with respect to reserves for the fund balance?
10 to
10 to
15%.
Okay, so why are we only going for 8%?
Because generally, if you all get to 8%, by the time the year end closes, we're over 10.
Okay, but then what if that doesn't necessarily happen because we've had like an off year this year, right?
Yes, sir.
And we're planning to go out have the public vote on certificates for next year. And we're banking on, right on the borderline of us being able to maintain our credit rating or maybe, increase it. The way I look at it, if we have even just a 25 basis points difference to 50 basis points difference in our funding, if we have a problem with our credit rating, and if we're looking at either 100, 200, or 300 million next year that the voters could vote on, we're talking about anywhere from $1 to $2 million extra a year we'd have to pay on those certificates.
In interest, that's correct.
Why would we want to risk that?
Well, from my perspective, I feel like there are still too many unknowns. I mean, it's difficult to have to make these decisions on our tax rate now when we don't know how the year is going to end. I mean, we've talked just today about all of these unknowns. We don't know what the final report is going to be once the year closes in December. We've got this potential, our ARPA funding, we've only expended about 46% of it. We've got the new construction that's going to continue to keep growing. We've got reimbursements through FEMA, ARPA, salary savings, the Economic Impact Fund that doesn't get used. Why would we want to add more of a burden to the taxpayer when it may turn out that we don't need to do that? I don't feel like we should do that now, certainly, because there's still too many unanswered questions.
Yeah.
If I may, Judge, just to comment on Commissioner Coronado's concerns, if the county does intend to go out for a GO election, we will go through the rating process again with the different rating agencies, and they will look at what we budget. And so we'd like to get as close to our reserve goal as possible during budget, because their question is always, well, why do you budget less? We say because we know we have historical variances that will bring our year and close up to the 10%. But to budget below that is one of the reasons why Mr. Rios mentioned that it's a cautious area for us to adopt a budget.
Yeah, because it's intentional. Because it's intentional.
It's intentional, yes. Even with all those unknowns. Those unknowns are year to year.
Right. Yeah, I really wouldn't want to risk the the county's credit rating based on something we don't know. I'm just saying that, you know, we could, not only that, we could lose a lot of money for the taxpayers if we don't even meet that. Not only that, they will look at just our intentional budgeting. And that's below what our even policy is. And I'm talking at the minimum of what our policy is. That's the 10%. We're really ideally wanting a 15%, right?
Right. Ideally, we'd like to stay at in as close to 15% as possible.
And how many months is 15%?
Not what's best practiced.
Right.
Actually, what we reserve at 15% actually just covers salaries for 3 months. It doesn't include
Nothing of the other things.
nothing of the other stuff, yeah. No operating costs in there.
Right. And, you know, and we as a court keep, you know, basically handing out more, and it's great. These initiatives that we adopt and that we vote on, including, you know, new services, acquiring new facilities and all that, and grant matches and all that, they're all great things. But at the same time, we have to understand that taxes our staff into having to spend more time, more resources, and we need to keep up with that. You know, the no new revenue rate really is a misnomer, and I think it's very misleading because the consumer price index is 3%. So the no new revenue is really 3% less than what we got last year, if you want to look at it right. Exactly, right? Because last year's money doesn't buy the same this year, does it? Absolutely not. So I think that's really a misleading on the part of the states is saying that's the no new revenue rate. It should be the whatever rate we got last year plus the consumer price index, which is an extra 3%. Then we'd be talking apples to apples. No new money, because our money last year doesn't buy the same this year. So I really think that's very misleading to the public. I mean, every single taxpayer out there knows that their dollar they got last year isn't worth the same this year. It's just very basic economics. And so, you know, on that basis, I think we really need to, you know, what we hand down in our decisions to acquire these new facilities, these new projects, these new grants, and these new programs that we want to implement, it takes an extra cost, and that's why we see all these requests for new positions, more revenue required to administer all these programs. So, you know, it's kind of like us being the state and unfunded mandates. You know, we need to take a little bit of our own medicine, I think, in that respect. And so my position is that we ought to include not just the top amount, but even the bottom amount. I think we should even increase it to the actual 10% and be intentional about it. You know, if we get a little bit more than the 10%, great. Even better for our credit rating, which could save us probably $1 million or so if we pass these certificates next year, if the public decides to vote on them. So that's my position.
Any other questions?
So we're going to take each item separately, or?
I'm going to propose, if I may, what I would propose is the court make a motion to include in the final budget the medical plan design recommendations for plan year 2024. And I'll go through each group of topics and propose them like that. So the first would be a motion to include in the final budget the medical plan design recommendations for plan year 2024.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I think it's really important, too, if you don't mind, I'd like to note for the record and for anyone listening, that is a significant investment in our county employees. That limits the increase in premiums to 2%, and it also helps offset some of the family cost and the tiers. And it also increases the HSA from $600 to $1,200 per year. So when we take these actions, I just don't want, I want everyone to realize what an impact it is to the individuals. We would ask for a motion to include in the final budget for adoption the property and liability insurance premiums as presented.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner León?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Motion, we'd ask for a motion to include in the final budget a 1% increase flat rate for our retirees.
So moved.
Second. Is that because you're getting close to it? Yeah.
I'm not getting anywhere close to retirement.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner León?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Next, I'd like to ask for an adjustment, for a motion to include in the final budget an adjustment for Commissioners Court to be on pay parity with the county clerk, district clerk, and the tax assessor, and for the county judge to be adjusted pro rata.
So moved.
Oh, I'm sorry. So we're not on the fourth bullet point?
I transferred over to the just to pay parity first.
Okay.
So this would be the adjustment to bring the Commissioners Court up to pay parity. This is closer in alignment to the policy that we've discussed before about having 80%. But this would be to bring Commissioners Court to pay parity with the county clerk, district clerk, and the tax assessor, and then the county judge would have a pro rata increase for
So moved.
parity.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
No.
Commissioner León?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Next, I would ask for a 4.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, but Judge, I think you deserve more.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next, I would ask for a motion to include in the final budget for adoption a 4.75% cost of living adjustment across pay scales for AgriLife, attorney, executive, general, and professional scales. We will be bringing back an item for deputy constable scales.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner León?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Next, I would ask for a 4.75% cost of living adjustments to the eligible elected officials that are identified on slide 28.
So moved.
Second.
I'm sorry, really quickly, would that include the commissioners as well and the judge, or?
Yes, ma'am, to stay with that pay parity, yes, ma'am. So I had a motion by Commissioner Stout and a second by Commissioner Coronado.
Commissioner Holguín?
No.
Commissioner León?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Because we do need,
Oh, go ahead.
because we do need a portion of CIP funding for emergencies and other issues that are critical, we would request that of the total CIP funding that we identified, which is the approximately 14 million, that you allow an allocation of 1.6 million earned from interest for urgent capital needs to be included in the final budget for adoption.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner León?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And in the last section, we do have to budget these funds in order for them to ever be available to move to these purposes or to use for these purposes. As we're working through the final adoption, these are areas that we would basically freeze the account until we know where our reserves are or where we're going to be. So these will be brought back. I don't think we need any action on them today. Jessica, do you feel like we need action as long as we bring them back in your final budget with the concept that they're on hold until we know where our fund balance is going to be?
I'd like to have them in, just to.
We're going to
make sure the
put them in.
Make sure the placeholder's there for them.
Yeah, we're going to put them in the final budget, but they won't be able to be used until we know that the funding, that we have the 8% reserve. And that's the CIP, the FY24 CIP allocation of up to 12 million. Funding for tiers 1A through 1C new position staffing. We currently have 2 million in the book. This would require an additional 2.7 to do up to tier 1C. And then the step adjustments are not in at this point. We would have to identify funding to include in the final budget of 3.5 million.
Are you asking for a motion?
Jessica, do you feel like we need a motion to include those in the final book?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so
can we
moved.
please have a motion?
Just
So
so it's
moved.
memorialized.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
But still with a caveat that only if funding is available. They're just placeholders.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes. Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Judge, Commissioners, that concludes all of our items.
Okay,
Thank you, Judge and
first
Commissioners.
round. Caesar?
Have to read it in anyway. Yeah.
These
We
are-
have-
Had you read in item 16?
No, I had not.
Could you
So-
read it in, because they did already act on it?
Yes. Item number 16, pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code, Section 152.013B, discuss and take action on the proposed annual salaries, expenses, or allowances for elected county and precinct officers for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2023. Any proposed salary allowance increases will be published in a local newspaper of general circulation. These salaries and any proposed increases would take effect on October 1st, 2023, and upon the adoption of the county budget.
For the record, there were two motions. One was to bring pay parity to Commissioners Court for members of commissioners, the actual commissioners to pay parity with county clerk, district clerk, and tax assessor. And the other motion that was successfully passed, both with a vote of 410, to apply a 4.7 cost of living adjustment to eligible elected officials as described on slide 28.
Okay.
4.75%.
4.75%, no?
So moved. Is that a motion?
Do we need to revote?
I think we had voted, we're
No?
sort of doing it in reverse.
The motions had occurred. We just wanted to read in for the record, after
Okay.
he read the item in, that you all had already included that as part of your budget motions.
Okay, I thought because it said take action, I thought it was,
It was in the other item.
all right.
So no further action. And with that, that completes all the items are on our agenda.
Well, thank you. Commissioners, have a great week. Everyone else here, take care, especially Chief and Commissioner Leon.
Thank you. You all have a
Keep
good
going.
evening.
Nice to see you, Chief.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice seeing you all. Take care.
Translators, everybody here, thank you. Have a great week. Thank you. The production team, thank you.
Okay. This completes today's meeting at 3:31 PM.